True healing with soul, light and love. Transform your life by healing with soul, light and love. By Dr. Pushpa Nagrani.
This book has been recorded in DAISY format on behalf of the writer Dr. P. Nagrani in the studios of RSVI, that is Rehabilitation Society of the Visually Impaired, first floor, Moti Mahal Lawns, 2 Rana Pratap Marg, Lucknow 226001. Email ID is info@rsvi.org. Our phone number is 0522 4070138. This book has been recorded in 3 parts and this is part 1.
Page Roman number 1. True healing with soul, light and love. Transform your life by healing with soul, light and love. By Dr. Pushpa Nagrani. Page Roman number 2. Om Publications, Om Nivas, number 1, The Downs, Highfield, Wigan, WN3, 6AH, Lancashire, England, UK. Copyright 2008. Dr. Pushpa Nagrani. Not for sale. Printed for free distribution. Revised edition 2015. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced or utilized in any form or by any means, electronic or mechanical, without prior permission in writing from the publisher. This book has been written from heart, so please read it with open heart. And I would like to request to overlook if there are any errors in any form, in printing or otherwise. Thanks. All inquiries should be addressed to Designed and Printed by Unique Solution, 62A, Suryanagar, Agra, India. Mobile 0980-861-9473. Email uniquesolutionagra@gmail.com. ISBN-10-0-9534719-4-2. ISBN-30-978-09534-719-4-2. Page Roman number 3. Index. Part 1. Introduction. 1. What is true healing? Page number 1. 2. Who is in pain? Who is suffering? Page number 31. 3. Higher perspective on sickness and suffering. Page number 39. 4. What is unhealed that needs healing? Page number 63. Part 2. 5. Resistance to healing. 97. 6. Letting go of identification with suffering and pain. Page 119. 7. Importance of solitude and connection to nature. Page 127. 8. Importance of attitude of unconditional love. Page 135. 9. Importance of attitude of forgiveness. Page 149. 10. Importance of inner freedom on the journey of. Page 159. 11. Importance of living in the newness. Page 167. 12. Importance of experiencing your vulnerability. Page 173. 13. Importance of laughter and sense of humor. Page 181. Part 3. 14. Introduction to various methods of healing. 189. 15. Various methods of relaxation. Page 193. 16. Importance of self-reflection. Page 199. 17. Importance of healing by self-exploration. Page 209. Page Roman number 4. 18. Exploring and healing low self-worth. Page 217. 19. Exploring and healing pain. Page 229. 20. Exploring and healing mind. page 239. 21. Healing negative emotions by self-exploration, page 251. 22. Exploring and healing guilt, page 259. 23. Angels of healing, page 275. 24. Guided meditation to link with your angel, page 283. 25. Healing power of prayer, page 291. 26. Prayers, page 300. Page Roman number 5. Introduction. Welcome to the divine landscape of true and deep healing. This is the message of unconditional love and grace from the beings of light and love who have come to the planet Earth from the higher dimensions of universe. We are really very fortunate and blessed that the entire spiritual hierarchy has landed on our planet Earth to help us in our higher evolution. Not only that, the Divine Almighty is also connecting with us in a very live and vibrant way to transform us into the beings of light and love who we truly are. We are all divine children, and this is our divine heritage. To become transformed into our original self-meaning beings of light and love, we have to become completely healed. And our healing has been already initiated by the above-mentioned beings of light and love. And for true healing to happen, innumerable beings of many varied frequencies of unconditional divine love and grace are being poured down on the planet Earth. And the pace of transformation is speeding up rapidly. We are already aware that at present state of consciousness, we are living under the hypnotic trance of our ego, meaning illusory self and the forces. And as such, we are all following the ways of ego in our lives. The vices of ego are attachment, greed, anger, and lust and jealousy. Due to the ego vices, we are living our lives with jealousy, envy, judgment, criticism, impatience, intolerance, blame, animosity, resentment, and unforgiveness, etc. We have adopted all these as our own attitudes and attributes. And as a result, our lives are full of pain and suffering. And all along the way, meaning various incarnations, we have also suffered various wounds in all our energy fields. Page Roman number 6. In simple words, we have sustained physical, emotional, and mental wounds. So our psyche is very wounded. We are not only hurting each other, but we are hurting ourselves as well, both knowingly and unknowingly. But we are almost in deep coma that has been caused by the ways of illusory self and forces that we really never try to enter within and see why we are hurting ourselves and others. How can we stop doing that? And more so, over the most important thing is that how can we heal ourselves and become free from all the pain and suffering, so that we can all live a truly healed life and enjoy peace and harmony in our lives. The message of divine love and grace is that now we have reached at the critical juncture of not only our lives but also the entire human history. And so, it has become mandatory that we begin to walk on the path of true healing. It is so that we can become awakened and enlightened. It is a critical time because it is the end of one cosmic cycle known as Kali Yuga and the beginning of a new cosmic cycle which begins with Golden Age. You are probably already aware that Golden Age is the era of the truth. It is higher frequency fifth dimension, while at present we are living in the third dimensional illusory world. So, in simple words, we are crossing over from the dimension and era of illusion into the higher dimension of era of truth. That is why it is mandatory that now we take a determined conscious decision as to what is that we really want to do. Do we want to continue to live as an ego self and carry on suffering as usual and stay in the third dimensional illusory world, never to heal the unhealed dimensions of our inner being? And Not only that, if we did that, our wounds would become even deeper and our human template will not be able to sustain our human lives. Page Roman number 7. And as a result, we can even descend into much more lower dimensions than the third dimension. The higher choice is that, do we want to wake up from the trance of illusory self and world? Do we want to transcend our ego self and cross the third dimensional illusory reality? It is so that we can wake up to our eternal truth as a being of light and love and embrace our eternal belonging, the Divine Almighty. It is also essential to do so if we want to gain entrance into the Golden Age. If we do decide to do that, then we need to pluck the courage up and begin to walk on the pathways of true and higher healing. It is because until we heal our unhealed life, we cannot enter into the Golden Age era of higher dimension of pure love and light. It means until then, we are trapped in the world of illusion. Unhealed parts and selves are the chains that keep us imprisoned in the world of illusion. It is because whatever is unhealed within us belongs to the world of illusion. It is the illusory reality that we have claimed as our own due to the hypnotic trance of the illusory selves and the forces. And not only that, we have also identified with it as our reality. So in simple words, we can say that the true journey of healing means letting go of illusory self and embrace our true identity, meaning our soul self. It is because it is our soul self which is our original healed self. It is in the landscape of soul self and as our soul self that we are already healed. And not only that, we are beyond the world of duality and meaning illusory self and forces. So, we become totally free and live our lives in our soul freedom. And our lives will be full of true joy, peace, abundance, ecstasy, and bliss. Page Roman number 8. Divine plans of love and healing. All changing life events are the gracious divine plans of love and healing. Unfamiliar new tides, whether low or high, although unnerving and frightening these may seem. But have faith and trust that these are the precious gifts of the universe to bring light, love and healing into our hurting and wounded parts so that we can become complete and whole again by embracing these in our own soul, light and love to claim our true soul freedom and learn to fly high and freely in the spiritual sky, singing our original soul song in tune and harmony with primordial song of the cosmos, honoring our divine role in the great scheme of things and the gracious plan of the universe. Page 1. Part 1. What is true healing? To enter into the dimensions of true healing, you need to let go of any preconceived ideas about healing. You have to have no mind attitude for receiving true healing. True healing is a journey of self-exploration where you do not know what you will find. That is what Buddhist master called the beginner's mind. It is that state of being where you do not have any expectations as to what you will discover. There is no anticipation present that can filter and guide your experiences of true healing. You are not aware of mysteries that you hold within the unhealed parts. That is why you need to have the attitude of I do not know. Begin with a feeling of adventure to experience the magic and the mystery that is waiting for your true presence. It is because if you entered into this inner landscape with the knowledge of your personality beliefs of what you know as healing, then you will only achieve what you expect. You will only feel what you have learned to feel so far in your life. Your expectations would only reflect past images in disguise and paint your present with infusing the colors of past. It is because your belief system has boundaries, some very gross and known to you, while some of these are subtle and are out of your awareness. But nevertheless, these are making their presence felt in various disguises and times in various aspects of your life. Page 2. And it is due to these boundaries that you have created the parts that are causing many levels and depths of pain and suffering. You have to learn to reconnect with your heart and mind with a new and open way so you can be healed where you are hurting for a long time. When you have established a link with that, what needs healing, your higher self will guide you into the state of true and higher healing. Healing is essential on many levels. Point number 1, healing your physical body from illness caused by various reasons. Next point, healing by embracing your fragmented and suppressed parts. Next point, healing your emotions. Next point, healing your mind. Next point, healing the duality of illusion. Next point, healing the separateness between your various bodies that constitute our human equipment. Next point, healing your separateness from your soul self by aligning and integrating various energy bodies, including your physical body within your soul, light and love. Next point, healing your separateness from Mother Goddess and Father God. It means healing your separateness from the polarities. Next point, healing your separateness from the primal divine light and love. Next point, healing into your higher life purpose and deepest truth. Page 3. True healing is holistic healing, that means embracing all levels of your being. It is not synonymous with healing of the physical body. True healing goes beyond the superficial healing of the part of physical body which is showing sign of sickness. It is a very important and necessary part of holistic healing, but it does not heal you to root cause of suffering. So if you are only opting out exclusively for physical healing, you will feel incomplete in yourself and the sickness will return in another presentation. Sickness returns due to incomplete healing because the root cause of the sickness has not been dealt with. It does not mean that we should not seek physical healing. On the other hand, we should look after our health and provide the best medical care that is available because it is very important for our survival. It is imperative that you take good care of your body even when you are not sick. We need to live a balanced life by cultivating positive health, by paying attention as a routine and not as a strategy where healing or getting better is exclusively sought when we have a breakdown in our health. Always remember that our body is a sacred vehicle by which we experience our various incarnations in this third-dimensional illusory world. We are soul and body is a temple of soul. It is important to remember that we need holistic healing to become wholesome again. This can be only achieved by healing on many levels of our being. True healing is not limited to the physical body only, but instead it permeates to all energy fields of your multidimensional reality. Your multidimensional reality includes all your light energy bodies, including your physical body. Page 4. Usually we seek and implement healing when we are suffering from any sickness or breakdown in our physical health. Any kind of sickness draws our attention to what needs healing. This point of focus becomes apparent due to some sort of disharmony in our inner worlds that is reflected as pain and suffering in our lives. It is so severe that we can no longer ignore its cause. Our body acts like a mirror for internal states of our consciousness. All our light bodies are interconnected with each other as well as with the physical body. Messages are constantly being exchanged on various levels of our being. All levels of our multi-dimensional being are aware of what is going on in the drama of our day-to-day life. All our light bodies react to what we think, say, do, and or feel. Every sickness in our physical body is a solidification of the inner hurt and imbalance. It is precipitated by the deeper cause which is hidden beyond our conscious awareness. When we refuse to acknowledge our various suppressed parts which are trapped in our psyche, these become visible as disease, which means discomfort. These many selves of our denied life are suffering from the hurt, which is we have forgotten about. Every time we feel hurt for any reason, it creates a lot of energy which is stored in various energy fields in various rhythms of sound and patterns of light. These chaotic, disharmonic patterns of light and sound become trapped in our emotional and mental light body until we deal with these denied issues and release this trapped energy from our aura. It is the trapped swirling and spiraling energy of an incomplete issue that tries to make its way in our everyday lives. It is so that we can resolve the issue and complete the cycle of energy of experience. Page 5. It takes a lot of energy to suppress the issues which are left unresolved, and this is what creates suffering in form of sickness. These suppressed parts of ourselves become prisoners of our value and belief system. These parts try to surface up in various disguises so we can make these a finished business. The resolution helps us to integrate the disowned parts and issues that we are afraid of. It is essential for the process of awakening so we can claim our eternal identity. True healing is a journey from personality self to the soul self so that we can become complete again. The process of true healing bridges the gap which exists between our personality self and higher self. Our personality is governed by our ego, which is in turn under the influence of the illusion. By gently entering into this connecting zone, you will learn to make friends with life. It is by filling this emptiness with tenderness and warmth of unconditional love that you can become complete and wholesome again. Your soul self is your ancient and original identity. It is in this ancient acknowledgement of all your fragmented parts that you will begin to dissipate the negative energy to make the process of integration complete. You will be able to touch your pain and suffering on many deeper levels where you have not been able to enter before. It is when the unhealed is touched with loving kindness that it enters into your heart and becomes healed again. It is a process, a journey from unhealed to healed spectrums of your total being. True and deeper healing means harmonizing the vibrations of various energy fields of your total spectrum. Due to conflict that exists between how to live your life and how you think should live your life creates inner struggle deep in your psyche. Page 6. When you enter into your inner dimensions by gently embracing this part of your being, you enter into a much deeper healing. By looking directly into the conflict, you bring it into light of your soul vastness. Direct entrance means experiencing it without judgment and analysis. It is because you are giving it space and acceptance that it reveals its secret to you. It reveals its message to you. This message is the gift of universe which was brought to you by that experience. Once you have embraced the gift it holds for you, you will be free from the prison it created for you. It harmonizes the disquiet and the inner war. This brings a balance on the subtle and finer levels of your being. It brings healing to the parts where it was denied before. This healing goes beyond the physical body to the invisible wounds within your inner world. There are many wounds which lie deeply buried in the darkness of our long-forgotten memory. This darkness needs our soul light and love to enter into wholeness. By this journey, you will connect yourself with new and extensive capability of healing. You will be healed on many levels where you did not even know that you were hurting. It will take you a step closer to connect to your wholeness. Healing means letting go of past and starting from a clean slate. It means starting life as new by living in the present moment and experiencing moment-to-moment unfolding drama of life with an open heart and mind. True healing comes with letting go of past. Letting go is the process of all the stored negative energy vibrations of past to be released into the vastness of your soul self. It is in this dimension that past events are resolved in the embrace of your greater self. Page 7. In the pure awareness of the land of your soul light, the frozen states of your ego will melt away. Ego can also find its resting place in the accepting limitless awareness of your soul self. In this horizon of pure love awareness, the trapped energies of negative attitudes can also find resolution in the heart of the universe. These purified particles can enter into the larger healing ocean of divine heart. It finds its completeness with no memories and no residual energy in any of the subtle bodies. There is no trace left as a reminder or a magnetic field which can drag you back to the holdings of those experiences. That is the total freedom from the images of the past. In the presence of soul light and love, let all the values, beliefs and insights of past experiences dissolve completely into the vast ocean of life force. It was wonderful and meaningful to have these insights and intuitions at this time when these happened. With the wisdom gained, you have moved ahead on the path of self-discovery and self-healing. Now, the state of your consciousness has changed and you have been linked with more divine light in all your subtle bodies. These beliefs, values, insights, and intuitions have served the intended purpose. So now it is the time to let go these past holdings so you can gain even higher wisdom which is appropriate for your further growth. If you hold on to these past holdings, you will become stuck and your own life energy will become coarse and die out. It will create obstacles on the pathways of your higher and deeper healing. It is the law of nature that if you cling to something or are attached to something, it creates sufferings and pain in your life. Page 8. It is even true for your spiritual attainments and insights. So, the identification with past has to go for providing an appropriate environment for your future growth. All the past experiences, whether positive or negative, have to be released into the universal ocean of healing light and love. Do not hold any identification with the trophies or the medals of past, otherwise you will be imprisoned in the past experiences. To enter into the true state of being where you are healed completely in your whole energy spectrum, all levels of identification have to be dissipated. Remember that everything in the world we live in is impermanent. All the experiences, insights, intuitions are impermanent as well. All the blocks and holdings are also impermanent as well. If you do not let go of the identification with your past, you will be serving the purpose of your ego. This identification with me and mine creates more boundaries and as a result will trap more negative energy vibrations in your aura. It means you will create more unhealed parts in your inner dimensions. It will make it difficult for you to heal on deeper levels. It will also mirror many more negative incidences such as illness and suffering in your day-to-day life. So let go of all the old and outdated ways of experiencing life. True healing happens when you stop holding and grasping any other thing, whether negative or positive. Healing duality of illusion. The dynamics of our physical reality can only be understood as duality. It is the illusion that creates separateness on various levels. Page 9. We have been brainwashed into believing in two aspects of everything by differentiating things in two compartments, such as good and bad, love and hate, pleasure and pain, right and wrong, health and illness, and so on. The list is endless. Our morality is a learned social system. It is based on the upbringing which is guided by our social, cultural, religious, and spiritual beliefs and values. As children, we are exposed to restricted ways of experiencing the majesty of life. In some ways, it is like being brainwashed to one-pointedness and narrow ways of looking at the great scheme of things. These limited ways of experiencing life are ingrained in our psyche. These values are laid down in steel strength, rigid web. There is no consideration for the reality of life. It totally ignores the natural way to feel emotions and respond to life. There is no room for letting in the true higher meaning of life. There is no possibility of discussing the real life issues because it does not provide any flexibility. The rigid system throws you out if you do not follow it. So how you really feel something as your higher self cannot be expressed in society. People are frightened of losing their face if they are express their true soul feelings. So, we really never experience the true enigma of life. And at the same time, we never express or experience unique frequencies of our own soul, light and love. Due to rigidity of the structure, it cannot accommodate the fluid nature of life. The rigidity does not allow the flow of energy of life as expressed in the great scheme of things. It crystallizes life into compartments of duality of illusion. This is reflected in individual and collective consciousness as pain and discomfort. The structure denies the wholeness of the continuum of life. It also denies the fact that in the process of life, along with the pleasure, suffering, pain, and emotional wounds are also essential experiences as well. Page 10. And instead of facing it, you try to conceal it or find various strategies to run away from it by denying and or suppressing it. There is a natural law at work in great scheme of things which ensure that you cannot run away from the true experiences of life. You might suppress pain, suffering, and sickness, but remember that all you have ever denied and suppressed is being stored within your own inner dimensions. Every thought and feeling that you ever had, however trivial, is stored in many levels of your being. There are many subtle and fine light bodies beneath your apparent spectrum of physical body. This suppressed energy of feelings and thoughts is held in these light bodies beyond your conscious awareness. These act as your unhealed selves and reside inside you until you resolve these issues. So, by turning a blind eye and deaf ear, you cannot escape from the unlived life, but instead you are creating a volcano formation in progress. This volcano of suppressed parts is finding various ways to reflect the pain and suffering of inner life into your life events. This inner pain and suffering is mirroring up in your day-to-day life in different guises. Pain, suffering, sickness, and wounds are all parts of cosmic process called life. We live in the world of matter, time, and space, so the interaction of these forces is inevitable, and this interaction creates pain and suffering in our lives. It takes a lot of energy to suppress these denied emotions and experiences. Due to fear of disapproval and disgrace from society, we do not follow our inner voice. It means we do not honor our true selves and lose the sight of our higher purpose. And by doing so, we lose our integrity and create low self-esteem. Page 11. No wonder we are so hurt that we find it difficult to heal ourselves. All the times we deny to experience what life is bringing in our lives, we suppress a part of our wholeness. All these denied and suppressed parts create barriers and huge fences between our true self and personality self. By doing so, we create more and more distance from true life and the universal life force. The bigger the distance, more severe the pain of life becomes. By refusing the entry into unhealed arena of life, pain becomes unbearable. This pain and suffering merges as some kind of illness. Illness draws your attention so intensely to these blocks that you cannot refuse its existence anymore. Pain and suffering you harbor within your inner dimension is part of the life process. An illness and accident is reflecting inner disharmony created due to blockages in the flow of pranic energy into our outer life. It is a cry for help from the part of us that is suffering. In great scheme of things, all events of our life play an important part in providing us the opportunity for healing on a deeper level. It is not always possible to understand the higher meaning of all life events or any sickness by the rational mind. It is because the disharmony expressed comes from the deeper dimensions of our inner spectrums, and it is beyond our conscious mind to make sense of it all. In our world, everything is expressed and understood in relation to its opposite aspect, like sickness to health. The part of you which is being reflected as some sort of disease is one of the units of your total being, so you cannot kill it or destroy it in a true sense. 14. In every moment of our lives, we can choose the ways of illusion or light and love. Always remember, your greater identity is soul, and as your soul self, you are free to choose any reality of life you wish. It can only be done by learning to connect to your soul self. Once you have linked with your greater self, then you need to follow the guidance of your higher self to bring that light and love onto the stage of life. It is so that you can participate in life with your true presence and heal the duality on many levels of your experiences. Healing your separateness from both polarities. The ultimate healing comes by healing your separateness with divine essence, and to achieve that level of healing, you need to heal both polarities of your being. All levels of your being, that is, your various bodies, are constituted by two polarities of the universal energy. These polarities are Mother Goddess and Father God. The divine essence is non-polar and a neutral creative energy principle. It is formless and the source of all that is created and will be created. This non-polar energy expresses itself into two poles of energy. These two poles are commonly known as the negative and positive, masculine and feminine, spiritual and materialism, ego and spirit, and active and passive energy principles. Although these express some aspects of the two poles, none of these descriptions do any justice to the true meaning of the divine principle. In the greater scheme of things, all expressions are based on the interaction between these two polarities. These provide us with tools for our growth. The true growth, in fact, is the process of healing on these two higher levels of our being. All our various bodies are expressions of various combinations of these two beams of healing. Page 12. By destroying the part of you which needs help, you will be scarred for many lifetimes, and it will become much more difficult to heal. Not only that, by trying to kill a part of yourself, you will be operating by controlling the flow of life process. It will drain your energy because pranic flow is disturbed, and you will not be able to participate in life with your true and sacred presence. It means that you exist, but you are not alive anymore in the great scheme of things. You have to face the factors and denied issues which are creating disharmony and embrace that part of which is out of balance and peace center. Once you accept that part of you which is experiencing the disharmony and imbalance, it can reveal its secret message to you. When you let that message into your heart with loving kindness and resolve the issue that is causing sickness or suffering in life, it can be healed. This integration process changes and transforms the energy which is blocked so it becomes available for the deepest healing. It is necessary because true life and healing is about becoming complete and whole again. In this dimension of being, you are beyond illness and suffering. We are all unique as to how we respond to the life experiences. To express our unique energy signature, we adopt certain values and beliefs and make these our own way of living our lives. So we make specific and unique choices regarding how we will use these values in our lives. These choices, although are designed and designated by society, but we have the last word according to our inner tendencies as to how to use these in our lives. How do we make these choices is dependent on many factors. It is guided by the values and beliefs of the family and culture we are born in. Page 13. Besides all the external factors, there is one very important factor which is an intrinsic factor of our own unique individuality. Our genetic makeup plays a big role in the formation of our physical, emotional, and mental characteristics. But we must remember that our genetic makeup and configuration is decided according to the law of karma. One very important factor is that of the past life attributes, both the negative and positive, which we already have within our psyche. We all had many reincarnations in this world of illusion, and in every incarnation we have chosen to learn a specific lesson along with our universal purpose. Our soul self has designed all the events of life which will help us in learning these lessons. And according to the lessons that we need to learn, our soul selves have decided as to what way we will respond to life events. So the values and beliefs we choose are the ones which will contribute toward learning our necessary lessons. Over many lifetimes, we have learned many lessons, and so we have developed many positive and higher ways of living which we bring as our higher qualities. On the other hand, we have accumulated many negative attitudes of lives, and these show up as our negative ways of experiencing our lives. All these are symbolic of our state of consciousness. So we choose how to respond to experience our lives according to our state of consciousness and the lessons we need to learn. Our physical world is governed by the factors of illusion, which are reflected as duality of many aspects in our value system. Although the values are embedded in the fabric of our social structure, we always have a choice.
Page 14. In every moment of our lives, we can choose the ways of illusion or light and love. Always remember, your greater identity is soul, and as soul self, you are free to choose any reality of life you wish. It can only be done by learning to connect to your soul self. Once you have linked with your greater self, then you need to follow the guidance of your higher self to bring that light and love into the stage of life. It is so that you can participate in life with your true presence and heal the duality and many levels of your experiences. Healing your separateness from both polarities. The ultimate healing comes by healing your separateness with divine essence, and to achieve that level of healing, you need to heal both polarities of your being. The levels of your being, that is your various bodies, are constituted by two polarities of the universal energy, these polarities of Mother Goddess and Father Goddess. The divine essence is non-polar and a neutral creative energy principle. It is formless and the source of all that is created and will be created. This non-polar energy expresses itself into two poles of energy. These two poles are commonly known as the negative and positive, masculine and feminine, spiritual and materialism, ego and spirit, and active and passive energy principle. Although these express from aspects of the two poles, none of these descriptions do any justice to the true meaning of the divine principle. It is the greater scheme of things. All expressions are based on the incarnation between these two polarities. These provide us with tools for our growth. The true growth in facts is the process of healing on these two higher levels of our being. All our various bodies and expressions of various combination of these two beams of energy. Page 15. We all have had many incarnations on this planet Earth, both in male and female bodies under every zodiac sign. We usually have 7 lifetimes under each zodiac sign and go through each sign of zodiac to gain a larger perspective of body these poles. This constitutes one cosmic life cycle, and we all had lived many of these cosmic cycles. There are many versions of cosmic cycles of reincarnation, and each soul chooses its own specific way. This process goes on until we heal completely and become whole and complete again. This can only happen when we have balanced our both polarities and have achieved the state of single, neutral divine polarity. It is at this point that we start our journey into the pure light and love dimension of the universe, and it leads us towards our original source. The gender of each incarnation is decided by our soul self, and it depends on the lesson we need to learn. It is also guided by our attachment towards a particular gender. For example, if you think very sympathetically towards the issue of the female lives, then you might decide to be born as a female in many lifetimes till you resolve those issues. If you do not like being a woman in any lifetime, then you might come again as women to work out this negative energy of repulsion. All the issues have to be addressed to heal our suppressed parts. When we do not like anything, we are tied to that with the negative bond, and it has to be worked out to dissipate that blocked energy. Various relationships of our life bring the opportunities to balance these two polarities. In every lifetime, we have opportunity to work out both issues, but usually one of these is too dominant or more important. For example, you as soul self might decide that in your next incarnation, you will mainly heal your separation with Mother Goddess.
Page 16. For example, you as a soul self might decide that in your next incarnation, you will mainly heal your separation with Mother Goddess, so that it will be the prominent theme, but while doing that, you will be able to work on healing your separation with Father God energy as well. It is because the opportunities in lower worlds are usually created by interaction and expression of these two energies. This process of healing comes when you have learned to heal many of relationships of that pole, and you are now capable of healing yourself into the source energy principle. Both these energies are present in all our bodies at all time in each incarnation. For example, if you are a female, all your lifetimes as male are still in your memory. As such, the wisdom gained during those lifetimes is available to you in this present incarnation as well. And if you are a male, you have the memories of all your lifetimes as female, and you have an access to all wisdom you have gained as female. It is imperative to understand that although we choose a particular gender for any incarnation, we use both energies to experience life. It is also of immense importance to remember that We as soul are non-polar energy. We are neither male or female. As soul, we are beyond and above male and female. Within our inner dimensions, we have many unhealed selves both in male and female polarity. To heal these suppressed parts, we choose our parents on astral plane. On astral plane, our guardian angels and many spiritual cosmic teachers and travelers guide us as to in what aspects we need to grow and heal. We are also given guidance as to how we can achieve best results, but we have a free will to decide as to how we want to do that specific learning. Page 17. The law of non-interference operates on the higher dimensions. No one is forced to do anything. We are only advised about the consequences of the direction we want to take in any incarnation. At the end, we are the one who makes the final decision. It is like making a movie. You are the director and producer of all your life events. You have invited various actors on the stage of your life to help you to realize your soul potential. So in fact, it is our choice as to how we design any particular incarnation. You have chosen both your parents under the guidance of your own soul self. You have chosen them to provide the foundation for your own growth and healing. To have a greater insight, write down the positive qualities your both parents have. And then take these into your contemplation and see how these qualities have affected your own growth. How these positive attitudes have mirrored in your own life events. The positive qualities that your parents have are the qualities you wanted to develop in your life. So, the circumstances of your life will bring the life events that will provide you the opportunities to realize those qualities in your life. For example, if one of your parents demonstrated the quality of patience, it means you wanted to learn the greater quality of patience. As you look deeply into the events of your life, you will see that how you have attracted many life events that have helped you to deepen that very virtue in your life. You can write down all the life events which brought the opportunities to be patient and see whether you have been successful to do that or you were too negative to realize the opportunities. If you have failed to do so, in that case, you would be blaming someone or something outside your control for your life being so hard and difficult. Page 18. In that case, you might feel that you are a victim of circumstances and life has not been fair to you. But on the other hand, you have been open to your life experiences, you would have learned your lesson. And your life would be far more enriched and enhanced than if you have failed to learn your lessons. Write down the negative tendencies of your parents and see how these have been expressed in your own life events. We also choose our parents for their negative tendencies as well, because these reflect our own negative tendencies as well. Our outside life is the mirror of our internal state of consciousness. Our negative attitudes are our shadow selves. You have to sit down in meditation and contemplate to see why you have chosen these negative tendencies and what are you supposed to learn from these. Whatever experiences you have with your parents, it will be the most likely theme of experiences of your whole life. Although, sometimes it is not straightforward because the situations usually present in different formats and disguises, so we can learn most. Our higher self organizes various situations of our lives in a way that we get the maximum learning. If we cannot get a message from certain events of our lives, then our higher self and universe will bring a new situation in life to draw our attention. Our experiences also change because we are learning something all the time, and so our state of consciousness is also changing as well. According to our changing states of consciousness, there will be changes in the way we experience life. It all depends on our attitude and how much we are open to learn our lessons. Once you have some understanding of how parents have contributed to your growth and healing, then you can take next step and write down all the important relationships you have in your life now and also that you had in past. Page 19. Now contemplate on these and see what has been the main theme of all your relationship. You will notice that all your relationships reflect some of your own qualities, either negative or positive, or combination of both. You will be surprised to see how many of the qualities and tendencies you are reflecting in your own life. Even the things you did not like about your parents have now become your own tendencies. If you look at your life and people around you, you will see that most of us seem to choose same common qualities and tendencies in our own partners and in all the important relationships. It has been seen that people coming from alcoholic families unconsciously choose the partners who are also alcoholics. On the other hand, some might suffer from an addictive personality themselves. It might be alcohol or any other drug, or they might even become addicted to work. People from very domineering families tend to choose partners who are very domineering. On the other hand, some become very domineering themselves and choose partners whom they can dominate. Most people choose their partners who resemble their parents to great extent, although it is done without having any conscious awareness of it. It is a usual experience, but it is not necessary. If you have learned your lessons, you might choose higher experiences for your own life. Or you could be experiencing the theme experience, but in a very subtle way. Whatever we have experienced with our parents is carried throughout our whole life. The changes you will notice in your life will translate in your learning and growth. Page 20. As we grow and evolve, our experiences will change as well. You have to look at your own life and see what are your lessons and what way you have learned these lessons. When you understand these facts, you will be able to find higher ways of learning your lessons. You will be able to do that by making positive and higher choices. By doing so, you will be able to heal your life and grow on the pathways of self-realization. It is not a blaming strategy, it is the way to understand the dynamics of your own experiences. To be able to do all that, it is essential to heal your relationship with both parents. Once you start to explore your inner feelings of pain, which has been suppressed from childhood, it can surface up and can be healed. Understanding these facts will help you to take responsibility of your life. Whatever you have in your life is there with your own agreement. You can learn to take responsibility and ask yourself, how can I transform my life under these circumstances? Remember, it is our own attitude that decides the outcome of any life situation. It is the meaning that we give to any life event that translates as pain or pleasure. It is imperative to keep in mind that life is what it is. It does not dictate as to how we should feel. That decision is our freedom, and we have a choice as to how we would react to any circumstance of life. Both energies, Mother Goddess and Father God, have many levels of expression. To classify these as negative and positive is only a very narrow definition of the two great forces of the universal energy. Page 21. These forces are complete and whole and have in their center the non-polar source energy. It is the divine essence that is expressing itself in the form of two forces. These two forces can express differently in the different aspects of life and in the different dimensions of the universe. These both can represent as negative or positive forces. It depends on the dimension of the experience and our state of consciousness. Sit down in meditation and enter into the heart of these energies and experiences the majesty of their expressions yourself. Every world culture has a long history of recognizing and worshipping the creative Mother Goddess in some or the other form. There are many deities as well that are expressing various aspects of the energy of Mother Goddess. It has been expressed as Mary, Goddess Pele of Hawaii, Maya, Goddess of Illusion, and Kali, the energy of destruction. Mother Goddess expresses itself as the destructive power of Kali, or Goddess Pele, the goddess of volcano. in that from it destroys everything in its path like a volcano. It destroys everything to create new life in much more higher form, and then the volcano becomes dormant again. When it becomes the creative mother who gives birth to everything, she is gentle and loving, and holds its creation in her arms to nurture and love it. It could be the greatest healing power in your life and can help you heal on the very core of your separations from the divine source. It is the creative power by which all worlds are created. So, in fact, the goddess mother has all the forces in her heart, the creative force by which it creates, the nurturing and loving by which it sustains, and the destructive force by which it destroys the old to create room for the new.
Page 22. The separation from Mother Goddess can be seen in most of our life events. Whether we are suffering from any sickness or not, this separation has to be healed with Mother Goddess. Your sickness or an accident may present you with an opportunity to heal your separateness from Mother Goddess or Father God energy, or both. Even if you are not suffering from any disease, sit down in meditation and link with the energy of Goddess Mother and follow the guidance to heal your separateness from it. It could be that in this lifetime you are a female, but you are not at peace with yourself as female and you wish you were a man, or you may think that you will never come back as a woman again. It is due to your unhealed sleeves, which are representing your separation from Mother Goddess. I have come across few women who are very successful and famous, but they wish they had incarnated as man. If one has any feeling like that, it needs attention. It means that person is unhealed and requires healing on a very deeper level. And it is also important to be at peace with what you have in life if you want to be free from it. It is the law of nature that what do you not like becomes a part of your life experiences. If you want to discard anything from your life, then the first step is to make friends with that, and once you have done that, you can release it, but not before that. Then due to the fact that by being at peace with it, you can heal that part, and once healing has happened, it will not surface up in your life events. Page 23. Our sickness could represent a period of clearance and purification. The destructive energy of Goddess Mother could be removing the blockage from our lives. It might be helping you to remove the excess baggage of illusion of pain and suffering that you are carrying unnecessarily on your shoulders. It could be helping you to let go of a relationship, a negative emotion, or a mindset which is not serving for your highest good. At this stage of clearance and purification, you might feel stuck because you do not see any movement in your life. It is a very difficult time, and you might feel as if you are in a state of hibernation. This state of consciousness can come as part of finished relationship or a change of a job, or you may feel very vulnerable because you are losing all that you have identified with or were dependent on for your survival. There seems to be no moment in your life, and no matter what you do, there is no visible change inside. All you knew and identified with has disappeared or is disappearing, and there is nothing inside with which you feel connected. Everyone seems distant, as if you do not exist. You might feel very lonely and isolated. You might feel very rejected, as if no one loves you anymore. You might feel no one cares about you anymore. You might even lose faith in Divine Almighty and yourself. It seems the end of the world. You can become despondent and feel as if there is nothing to live for. This is void, the vacuum. But have faith and be kind to yourself. Trust the universe and be patient. Not knowing and having anything is mother of creation. It is filled with many new and higher possibilities. This is time of becoming just being. There is nothing you can do by fighting this stage of healing and growing. Just surrender to the greater benevolent, gracious universe force and trust yourself. You are leaving the old and entering into the higher dimension of your inner being. The next stage is in the process of formation, and it will bring deeper peace, joy and happiness. Page 24. If you are healing your separateness with Mother Goddess during the sickness, it could be teaching you to be more sensitive towards the feeling of others. It could be teaching you to be more loving and compassionate to yourself. This could be presenting you with an opportunity to heal the old mindset and too much rationalization of the life events. When we use too much intellect, we could be suppressing our intuitive power. It is important to listen to our inner voice. There need to be balance in life. Our intuitive brain is much more powerful than our left side brain. It has direct access to the universal wisdom. This could be the time to heal your relationship with your mother and any other female relationships. It may be a message from universe to pay attention to the energy of any female friends and or who represent the essence of what is unhealed in your life. This period could be opportunity to heal your many suppressed selves which you have created in many relationships with the females who have provided you with anchor for healing the separateness from Mother Goddess energy. This can apply to anyone, whether you are a male or female in this incarnation. This is because we both carry unhealed energy in our memory, not only from this lifetime, but also from many other previous incarnations. All these memories are embedded in your previous energy fields and are very much alive. And wherever you are in your life, you need to heal all these relationships at a very fine and deeper level before you can move into the next stage of your growth and healing. Page 25. We need to heal our relationship with both parents, and the first step is to forgive them. They did their best as they knew how. Also, because at this stage, as you understand your own responsibility for your own growth and healing, it becomes imperative that you forgive all wrongs done against you, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Once you make a commitment to your own growth and healing, it is important to let go. It is not a question of mental justification to make their negative behavior towards you right, but It is essential to have a higher and soul perspective on the whole issue. We need to forgive our parents for what they did, so it could become a finish issue. It is only way to heal yourself. It is the only way to free yourself from more similar negative experiences. Freedom only becomes a reality when you truly let go of all the resentments. We have to give all the negative and painful emotions a place in our hearts to give ourselves freedom to get on with life. Emotional closure gives us freedom to be our true selves and to experience our original belonging. It makes it possible for us to enter into the landscape of our own soul light and love. The world we live in works on the basis of cause and effect. Everyone comes under this law and there are no exemption. The important question is that you are going to gain anything by playing role of victim, or you are going to take control of your life and move on. In a way, when you forgive someone who has wronged against you, you are in fact freeing yourself from the effect of his or her negative behavior. Page 26. Also, you are not creating any negative holdings for yourself, because if you behave same way, you will be drawing more of same kind of experience in your life. It is same for keep repeating those experiences in your own memory as well. The law of focus magnetize object of your attention into your life. So, if you keep your attention on these experiences, you will attract many more negative experiences in your life. So, in fact, if you really think seriously, you will be a closer in long run. So, let go and find a way to heal your pain caused by any negative relationship of your life. You need to heal your separateness from Father God energy as well. So, if you had negative experiences with your father, it has to be healed as well. First of all, you need to forgive him so that you can take control of your life and heal yourself. You also have to have a closer look at all your relationships with male figures in your life and see what negative and positive tendencies you have noticed about them. Make a list of these in your healing journal and contemplate to see which of these negative tendencies are reflecting in your own behavior, how these are affecting your lifestyle, how restricted you feel due to this, what are the resultant fears of your life in which are stopping you from healing and growing. Your day-to-day life will give you the answer of all these questions. Once you become aware of these issues, you will be able to heal yourself. Meditation is the only way to get a deeper insight, because your mental analysis cannot resolve these issues. Mental analysis looks only at a superficial level and is guided by old mindsets. While to heal these issues, you need to link up with your higher wisdom and intuitive power. Page 27. It is necessary to look at the root cause of the unhealed part that is causing pain and suffering. Your sickness might be providing you with an opportunity to heal with Father God pole of the universal energy. You have to enter within your deeper levels to find the answer to all these questions. No one can find it for you. Once we are healed on both these levels, our separateness with the source become much more accessible and workable. Healing your separateness from divine. True, and the deepest healing only happens when we reconnect to the divine essence. We as our soul selves become separate from the divine essence when we decided to take journey into the dimensions of lower worlds. Our original source is pure love principle, and in the great scheme of things, we came away from our true home to venture into the world of manifestation. There are various levels and dimensions of manifested form. This differences is due to variation in the frequency of vibration. This is determined by the amount and purity of light present into these dimensions. The dimensions we are experiencing life at present is governed by the rules of times, matter and space. It is beyond the comprehension of human mind and language to fully understand the mysteries of cosmos. At any given time, we can only experience a very teeny aspect of this great majesty and splendor. This mystery is always sending us a call to seek our true and lost belonging with divine. Even when we have a very successful and satisfying life and we think we are not in any pain and we do not need any healing, our hearts are yearning for this true belonging. There is no one in universe whose heart is not inviting this ultimate healing. Until we heal that yearning with, will always be wandering into the various dimensions of lower illusory worlds. Page 28. Our true yearning is only for our true belonging. It is reflection of our soul desire to seek reunion with pure love principle. All the relationships of our lives in which we are experiencing some aspect of love are only a stepping stone towards this greater union. There are many passages of initiation in our lives which we pass through to arrive at that state of our true being. In this state of being, we become one with our true self which is already healed. This state of union is the completeness which we are seeking in many forms of healing. When we as soul self become one with divine, experiences of pain and suffering leave stage our lives because it has been already healed on our journey of healing. There is no separation and there is no unhealed presence within our true being. This is ultimate stage of peace and tranquility where the forces of illusion have no pull on us. This is ultimate gratification and fulfillment. We become one with our divine belonging. We are in the center of pure love consciousness. We have become the being of light, and that is the ultimate healing when the drop become one with the ocean. Healing with your deepest true and higher purpose. If you cannot recognize or tune in with any of these above ways to acknowledge that you need to heal, then I will invite you to another very important dimension of healing. Page 29. It is true for all of us, and I hope it strikes a harmonious chord within your heart. It is so that you can give yourself the important and precious gift of true healing. We are unique in our experience of life. Everyone has a different and unique angle to view life events, but at some point in life, everyone comes to that crossroads in life where one becomes aware of this question: which demands deeper look and reflection of life. The question comes from within, and it gently pushes you to ask yourself, what is the higher purpose of my life? What am I doing here? I have everything in my life, but why? I have this feeling that refuses to go away, that there is something missing. Or you must be at crossroad of life, where whatever you trusted has betrayed you, and suddenly you find that you are all alone and there is no one that can answer as to what went wrong. So you are forced to go within and search for the purpose and meaning of life. This is life's way to awaken us from the dream of illusion. This is universal unconditional love and grace that gives us the opportunities to heal and fragmented existence to become whole again. Sometimes awakening is gentle and you are gradually drawn on the path of self-discovery. At times it comes as harsh and rough awakening, and you are suddenly brought on to the crossroads of life, where all you hold dear to heart has been taken away from you by natural forces or betrayal of someone. Nevertheless, it is certain the universe is inviting all of us in its unique way to discover and follow your higher purpose and deepest truth. It depends on the state of our consciousness as to how would this message attract our attention. It is because due to our ignorance, we have refused to follow our higher insights in gentle wake-up calls from our soul selves. Page 30. Or we have not paid any attention to the gentle whispers of the universe to look for the greater meaning of our lives, because we are getting caught into the downward spiral of negativity. So, nature out of grace sends a loud and rude waking up call to break the spell of numbness and coma. It is important to meditate and go within to search answers to these profound questions. Try to look at life with heightened awareness and find out, are you following your higher life purpose in everything you do, or you are following your ego? Journey of life is about discovering our deeper truth and follow our higher purpose. When we are following our higher purpose in our way of expressing and experiencing life, our lives becomes full of happiness and joy. Life becomes effortless when you do something which are serving your higher purpose. If life is becoming difficult and there is lot of suffering, it means we are going in opposite direction of our deeper truth. But when we follow our deeper truth, the higher purpose, we are healed in each new moment. There is nothing left unhealed in life when we go in harmony with the flow of life. Healed life makes us complete and wholesome.
Page 31. Chapter 2. Who is in pain? Who is suffering? Who is in pain and who is suffering? It is like a Buddhist koan. The straightforward answer will be, I am suffering and I am in pain. But this is not the way to answer this question. Like a koan, it requires self-reflection by entering into your inner dimensions. It is the probe for exploring many layers of stored pain and suffering. If explored properly, these types of questions can help you to discover the dynamics of pain and the entity that is suffering. What we usually refer to me and mine
is the many memories of how we relate to life and the attitude which we have followed to gain these experiences of life. When you get up in the morning, how do you know who you are? The answer is simple: by your memory. You recognized the bedroom in which you were sleeping. You recognize people around you. Just think for a moment, if you had no memory of any such thing, what would be your identity? To truly discover who we are, we need to explore all that we have identified with. Our identification is dependent on our memories of our surroundings and the various roles we are playing in our lives. All the layers of identification have to be investigated to reach the depth of your original essence. Age 32. When you say, I am in pain, I am suffering, then the question automatically comes into place. Which is one? Who is this I? This is like a metaphor. It is like a koan itself. To solve this koan, you have to enter into the landscape of this who am I? It is because on the surface it could only be answered with your old memories of emotions and mindsets. But that will not reveal the true mystery of who you really and truly are. Our life is a great journey of many varied experiences. These many experiences unfold according to various states of our consciousness. We have a tendency to become attached to the emotions generated by these experiences and start to think, I am this or that. And it is due to our identification that we build many me and mine selves. First level of identification is with many roles we play to gain experiences on planet Earth. These are, I am a father, I am a mother, I am a businessman, I am a professional person, and many more I ams. We play all the roles with certain values attached to them. Every role you play, you have an image of how you see yourself in that role. We wear different masks to play various roles. Like, I am a loving father, I am a loving husband, I am a very strict person, I am a very good businessman, and I am an excellent teacher, and so on. The list is endless. You can make a list of all the roles you are playing and see how you are identifying with many roles of your life. Then, if you expand it further, you will see there are certain attitudes and values which direct our lives, and this creates next level of identification. I am very relaxed, I am afraid, I am not religious, and I am very religious person. I am a spiritual person. I am angry, I am hurt, and I am suffering. I am sick, I am in pain, and so on. And the list is endless. You can write down in your healing journal, what do you think about your values? Just write down. Do not judge or analyze. Page 33. This identification with the attitudes and values translates into my pain, my fear, my suffering, my sickness and my anger, my power, my belief and opinions. All these values become glued to you as your identification, and you think that it is who you are. If you really have a deeper look into the dynamics of who you think you are, you will discover that you are mistaking your identity with various ways of experiencing your life. But we have to understand that every experience is only a temporary state, just one of the infinite ways to experience the great majesty of life. It is only one of the ways by which we are participating into the great scheme of things. Every experience is just a momentary appearance of certain aggregates of ideas and values, creating a certain experience in that given moment. It is only one of the ways of expressing and experiencing your emotions and mindset according to the state of your consciousness. But what happens is that we become possessive and become attached to our emotions and mindsets, and we start to believe that this is me. We want to own it forever, and so we suffer from mistaken identity. These create me and mine with something which is only a passing by show of the great plan of the cosmos. It is our ignorance that we confuse the boundaries of illusion with the vastness of our soul self. Every event of our lives is just one of the ways by which manifested form is expressing itself in cosmic river of great scheme of things. Page 34. The universal life force is in constant flux of energy exchange and interplay, manifesting various forms. Various energy patterns are appearing and disappearing into the flux of movement due to interplay between the various vibratory frequencies of the energy. Every moment is bringing a new set of expressions of life. It is up to us to become alive in each new moment as it appears and let it pass as it disappears naturally. It is so that our hearts are open to embrace the next moment. If we hold on to the old, there will be no room in our lives for the blessings of divine grace that are hidden in the newness of next moment. If we hold on to the old, there will be no room in our lives for the blessings of divine grace that are hidden in the newness of next moment. It is in each new moment that we will be linked with our own soul self and divine essence. By doing so, you will be able to realize that your experiences are the reflections of the interaction and interplay of the two energy polarities. It is not you. Your life experience are the learning tools to heal that separateness which exists on various levels of your being. It is not your true identity. Your values and beliefs are the various tools to experience the majesty of life according to state of your consciousness, but none of these are representative of your true self. You have adopted these tools to cross the threshold of your many personality selves so that you can unite with your soul self. It is just one of the infinite ways which is leading you towards self-discovery and self-realization. It is of immense importance that you take the teaching from all your life experiences, including your sickness and pain. To do that, you have to enter into the dynamics of sickness and suffering with open heart and acceptance. Page 35. You will meet the forces of resistance which are thrown at you by your many personality selves. Your ego will create the sensations and emotion of fear to stop you from healing. But to receive true healing, you need to learn to replace your fear with the miracles of unconditional love. This will let you move beyond the identification with forces of fear and doubts. In the phenomena of so-called life, We are all sharing the pain, suffering, the resistance and doubt. It is not so much your pain or my pain, but it is the universal energy vibratory frequency as it is expressed in the third dimensional reality worlds in the great scheme of things, and we are all sharing it together. Although by making this me and mine, you have attached yourself to it, but it does not have any personal attachment with you. It is not our personal pain and suffering. It is the impersonal energy of the universal forces as it is expressing in the land of illusion. You have to learn to become aware of the selfless, impersonal nature and qualities of the natural process of universal energy field of emotions and mind. During the process of deeper and true healing, you will develop an inner knowing that there is no one to whom this process belongs in the sense of true belonging. There is no one in particular to whom it is truly happening as punishment or in any other way. By process of meditation and contemplation, you will develop an understanding that it is an empty phenomena and only becomes your pain and suffering when you cling to it. It only becomes your personal treasure or misery when you store it in your various energy fields and do not let it flow back into the loving kind and vast spacious universe. Page 36. When you let go of the false identification with me and mine, you will be able to enter into the accumulated aggregate of energy factor within your own energy fields and discover which fragmented part is clinging to it. Ask yourself, which of your personality self is source of your pain and suffering? As you will learn to investigate who is in pain and who is suffering, you will be linked with the place within your own energy fields where pain and suffering has become adherent. It is your old values, beliefs and concepts which weave the fabrication of me and mine. To go deeper into who is real me and mine, you need to look at some examples. Like for example, if you think you are a millionaire, if you think closely, you think you are a millionaire because you have $1 million. Supposedly you lost your millions, then you will think you are poor, you are unfortunate. And in simple words, when you lose one identity, you discover another to express your situation or condition or belief. You have still retained me and mine, although it is not same. So if you ask yourself, what is my true identity, the millionaire one or the poor? The answer is neither. When you take out the money out of the equation, what is left here, the answer would be just me. And remember that me is neither poor nor rich. So in fact, what you think as me and mine is your mistaken identification with the amount of money. But understand that lot of money or lack of money is not true you. But it is your identification with money that you have or do not have makes you suffer a great deal of pain. So in fact, it is our identification with things and people that creates suffering and pain. The things we identify with in whatever shape and or form have become part of our identity. There is nothing in this world that you can attach to this me, mine and I that can express the vastness of who you truly are. The true I and me, who is your divine essence, goes beyond any value that you can attach to your many personality selves. When you attach these superficial values to your true essence, you are creating pain and suffering. Page 37. It is this attitude of limiting yourself that creates boundaries in which you prison yourself in small cells of illusion. When you let go of these identification strata of illusionary forces, you will learn to reconnect with your true beingness. You will become aware that there is no separate entity that is unhealed and needs healing. You are rediscovering and reconnecting with the eternal you, which is already healed. You are discovering your healed essence, and in this state of consciousness, you do not need any healing. In this true beingness, you are beyond any injury and hurt. As soul self, we are one with the primordial essence. As our true self, we are already complete and healed. All our many masks that we use to play various roles of our lives are distancing us from our true self. Our values and beliefs are creating separateness from the universe. That is what creates unhealed within us. We have stored many images of identification with the many roles we are playing. In these images of identification with various roles, we have accumulated many negative emotions and mindsets. These negative emotions and mindsets are the source of pain and sickness. When you let go of this identification, you will discover true me, your real primordial beingness. Living your life in that beingness lets you flow with the divine currents in harmony and balance. In this beingness, you let pass each experiences in its natural flow without clinging and being attached to it. By doing that, there only remains the pain, the sickness, and the fear. Page 38. It just flows in the great scheme of things in its natural rhythm without becoming your personal pain and suffering. So you have to move beyond me and mine and let things retain their impersonal nature. You become one with your true self and the universe. That means moving beyond that I, which clings and identifies with life experiences. You become free to participate fully in life. You live your life by being truly present in each unfolding moment. And as such, you heal yourself in each moment as it unfolds in the heart of divine. You learn to go with the flow of cosmic river, nothing to resist, nothing to grasp. Pain and suffering comes due to our resistance to life. It is due to our unrealistic expectations that pain and suffering becomes part of our lives. It is because we want life to be something other than it is. Expectations and wants create resistance, and this translates as pain and suffering in our mental and emotional energy body. Always remember that our definition of how life should be is the root cause of all our suffering and pain. It is very important to learn to see and feel life as it naturally unfolds on the stage of our life. The best way forward is to learn to redefine and re-evaluate our understanding of what life should be. Life unfolds in cycles, it has various phases, and in great scheme of things, We have to learn to be open and accepting to all seasons of life. So there is nothing left that needs healing. You become a being of light and love, a being who is truly healed.
Page 39. Chapter 3. Higher perspective on sickness and suffering. To receive healing in deeper aspects of our being, it is imperative to have a higher perspective on our sickness, accident, and or any kind of pain and suffering. It means by being creative in a true sense of the word. True creativity means to gain best out of the worst. If you think something terrible has happened to you in form of a sickness and accident or any other suffering, first step towards healing is to accept the situation and ask yourself, how can I turn it around and make it work for my highest good? You can say to yourself that I accept the situation and I am willing to grow through this event of my life rather than playing a role of victim. It is because by playing the role of victim you will be wasting your precious life. That simply means taking control of your life by shifting your focus from self-pity and anger to resolving and making most of the opportunity that is crossing the stage of your life. Sit down in silence, center yourself, and ask yourself, how can I heal myself and use this situation to go beyond my own limitations? This gives you 2 plus points. One is control and another is motivation. Motivation generates the energy to take the third and most important step that empowers you to heal and grow. By doing so, you are transported on the platform of action, where you can actually overcome and transform the adversity of life into the opportunity of growth and healing. You will be empowered with the energy of your soul self to get the best out of the adverse circumstances of your life. Page 40. Instead of focusing on the negative aspect of your sickness and accident, write down all positive aspects in your healing and growth a journal. However trivial these seem in the beginning and think it is not important, just write these down. First of all, your old mindsets and negative emotions will create obstruction and you might think, what good can come out of it? Be patient with yourself and write down whatever comes to you. First of all, you might get negative ideas or some kind of justification and explanations, but soon your mind will get exhausted. Then you will be able to hear the voice of your higher self, which will connect you with the positive and higher aspects of the specific situation. Your higher self has all the answers, and it will guide you towards healing and taking control of your life. You have access to all the resources within your higher self. Through your higher self, you are linked with the cosmic intelligence and wisdom. This will help you to heal on many levels of your being. Be open to whatever ideas and insights you receive, and do not discard any of these straight away. Think about it and contemplate to discover the true message behind these insights and ideas. It will connect you with the inner resources. You will be able to develop a higher positive attitude on your tormenting situation.
Positive ideas break boundaries and help you to explore new possibilities. These will help you to realize your higher potential. Whatever has happened cannot be denied, but it can be cultivated into something bigger and positive if you consciously take responsibility for your life. Page 41. You can change your negative life event to empower and enhance your life instead of being slave to it for the rest of your life. Do not be disheartened and frustrated. Instead, change your perspective on the sickness, accident, or any traumatic situation of your life. It is our perception and attitude that decide the outcome of any event of our life. Remember that all situations of our lives are the necessary tools and opportunities which provides us the material for growth and healing. It is our unique way of acting and reacting to it that designates and decides whether we will grow through the situation or we will get stuck. Being stuck means denying ourselves the new and healed future. So make a commitment to your healing and growth and look at life events with your soul perspective and enter into the landscape of true healing. Healing can be achieved by directly entering into the center of pain, suffering, and illness. It means by being fully present in the experience and directly experiencing its true nature, we can enter into the dark zones of life with our soul, light, and love. When we are ill or had an accident, it pinpoints our attention to an area of our suppressed pain. There could be many reasons besides the very obvious ones for something that needs our attention so severely. It is not easy to venture with an open heart when we are hurt tremendously. But nevertheless, it is imperative to enter into that shadow landscape to heal ourselves. It will help us tremendously to travel through this inner woodland with faith in the grand cosmic plan. It means seeing the bigger picture into a very narrowly focused state of consciousness. Direct entrance into the dark shadow zones creates a magic by releasing higher frequency energy waves that help us to resolve the situation. It creates a movement in the area of blocked energy so that it becomes accessible and healing work becomes a possibility. There are certain important points to remember which will help you to cope with the suffering which is caused by that accident or illness. An illness or an accident is a state of consciousness that needs our urgent attention. Part of us is saying, I am important and you cannot ignore me any longer. Every suffering and sickness caused for whatever reason is inherent in the process of unfolding drama of third-dimensional reality worlds, which are the cosmic schools, meaning the learning establishments. And these operate under the great scheme of things and the cosmic grand plan. The lesson we have to learn is not to identify with these changing and limited states experiences. So do not identify with it. It is not who you are. It is just one of the ways by which interactions between various manifestations of form take place. There are many emotions which we go through in our lives, in forever unfolding way of the great scheme of things. We experience many varied forms of negative and positive emotions, and our illness is just a part of that phenomena. Due to our mindsets and habits, we identify with these experiences either as my pain or pleasure. It is one of the ways by which it binds us with various states and phases of our life experiences. Page 43. All the different experiences are various ways by which we learn our lessons. Every life event is just one of the infinite ways by which the universe reflects our own inner state of consciousness. It is not our true being. It is the way by which our ego is misleading us on our journey of healing by increasing our separateness from our higher selves and the universe. Due to false identification, we start to own our experiences as our identity. It is just another way of escaping from our highest truth. We have become addicted to energy, meaning vibratory frequencies generated by these emotions. Due to the duality of illusion, we learn to suppress our negative emotions instead of exploring and understanding these with an open heart and mind. This is one of the main factors that causes any illness or accident. We have an aversion for negative states of emotions, including a sickness. Buddha said, aversion is a form of attachment, and in fact it could be very powerful. It is like strong glue that binds us to the object of our aversion. This is also a message from the spiritual hierarchy and the beings of light and love from the higher dimensions of the universe. So we also have to be very, very careful of our aversion and disliking. And we should be very wary of the strong negative emotions that are triggered by these. It is an indication of suppressed negative emotions and or beliefs, values and mindsets. And the point is that we are holding on to the negative vibratory frequencies that are not part of inner sacred space. Our external lives are reflecting the inner states of our being in the cosmic mirror of the universe. Our sickness and suffering is showing us the excess, unnecessary baggage which we are holding on to. Page 44. Our universe is governed by the perfect laws of the gracious, benevolent, grand cosmic plan, which can only be understood by paying attention to the bigger and higher picture behind our illness or accident, or for that matter, any event of our lives. Discomfort in any area of your life could be warning that you need to move on due to the fact that it is not serving your higher purpose. Sickness can be an indicator that your life is out of balance and all your energy fields need to be aligned with each other and your soul self. Your higher self might be bringing these life events to train you to more subtle and finer alignment and balancing of your energies in respect with the universal pure energy principle. By creating an illness or accident, your higher self may be providing you the time for quiet reflection while dissipating and discharging the negative vibratory frequency overload. It is so that you can nurture and heal yourself. It could be due to the fact that you are paying more attention to your external life on the expense of your higher good. It may be a turning point of your life. It may be creating an environment where you can heal yourself and let go of some belief, a job, or a relationship which has outlived its usefulness. It could be that during an illness, your higher self or your guardian angel is raising the vibrations of your physical body. It is so that you can incorporate the higher frequencies of the pure light which are entering into your life. Page 45. It is quite common if you are following the path of spiritual realization. It happens because you are being connected with the pure cosmic energy, which is of very high frequency, and to be able to integrate that light, your body needs to be adjusted accordingly. It is a necessary step for your higher growth and healing. It could be a training for learning to accept yourself as you are. It is so that you can transform yourself and expand your state of consciousness. It may be so that you can learn to love yourself more, so that you can accept your denied and suppressed parts with loving kindness and mercy. It is necessary for the deeper healing. Your higher self might be rearranging your life events so you can learn to connect with your true self. An illness or accident or any emotional suffering may be trying to make you aware of what you are holding on to but do not need for your higher growth. You may be learning how to create a future resonant with higher light bodies by learning where the darkness is, so you can go beyond it. It will help you in letting go of negative present and prevent you from entering into negative future as well. It could be that your higher self is using sickness to bring you to your inner center of peace and harmony. It could be that the way your life was going, you were moving away from your life purpose. It happens when we are identifying ourselves with certain relationship or job which is keeping us prisoner in the negative attitude of our personality self. It may be creating obstruction on the path of self-realization and God realization. It means it is time to move on. Page 46. It could be that your body needs attention and rest. You could be ignoring your body's needs. When we rest and sit in the silence, our physical body gets a chance to recover and repair itself. But if you are rushing all the time, your body is worn out and cannot cope with the pace of life that you are following. So it finds a way to initiate that healing. By getting your physical body back to recovery, you will be able to live your life with happiness and a relaxed attitude. This repair of body is essential for proper working and performing your duties to the best of your ability to help you to realize your soul potential. When we push ourselves too hard, all our hormones get out of balance. All our endocrine system has to work in harmony with each system. But when this harmony is broken, our immune system breaks down and our body becomes prey to many varied diseases. All our energy chakras, which regulate the flow of pranic energy or chi in our body, get blocked and the flow of energy into our various energy fields is diminished. This can cause breakdown on various levels of our being. Not only you can suffer sickness in your physical body, but also you might suffer an emotional turmoil or even a nervous breakdown. There is a well-known story about a tribe working in forest for some European archaeologists. These helpers stopped at one point after they were pushed continuously to keep on moving forward, but they refused and said, "We need time to catch up with our spirit. In rushing and pushing ourselves, we did not have time to catch up with our spirit." Page 47. These people have wisdom to keep integrating their day-to-day lives with their higher selves. So it gives body time to repair and gives us time to be aligned with our higher selves. People living in the so-called modern culture have somehow forgotten to catch up with their spirits. We are rushing and pushing ourselves all the time to catch up the wealth and pleasure of material world. There is no time to stop and reflect. The true purpose of our lives is not accumulating unnecessary wealth and things of shallow pleasure. Journey is about nurturing our spirit with the true riches of the universe. We all have left our spirit, means souls, behind, and we do not even remember where. True healing is about making the journey to reconnect with your lost and forgotten spirit, meaning soul self and eternal belonging, the source. The point is to make sure that whatever you do for living and making money, take some time each day to reconnect with your soul self and eternal belonging, so that you are never too far from your original truth and belonging. Sometimes a sickness, accident, or an emotional loss and suffering can make its ways in our lives at the time of major shift in the direction of our lives. It is preparing you for the new state of consciousness by giving you a chance to reflect. The suffering or pain can be due to the disharmony and imbalance caused by this transition. In the period of transition, the old is dying. It could be a way of life, a relationship, an attitude, a job, or something which is not in harmony with the next stage of your experiences. Sickness and suffering could be just symbolic reflection of your inner state. Page 48. Be patient. Trust yourself and the universe, and remember that it will pass. Everything is appearing and disappearing in the great scheme of things. Nothing stays forever. Remember, many situations of your life that have passed are now in the womb of life, and in a similar way, this will pass as well. The story of life is a tale of forever changing experiences, and all states are only temporary, come and go, only to disappear in the river of cosmic flow. The time of transition is very difficult because you lose a sense of belonging. Past, the familiar and comfort zone has disappeared, and the next stage is not in sight. This creates a vacuum and a void in life. You do not know what is happening. Where are you going? You may feel there is something wrong. Probably you have stopped growing, or you have fallen from the pathways of light and love. You do not feel connected to anything anymore. People around you don't seem to connect with you. Some people have already started to move out of your life, and others seem distant. Sometimes you cannot even sit in meditation. The calm and peace you experienced before seems non-existent. At this stage, confusion is created in your personality self due to your identification with your old values. Many doubts begin to make way in your psyche, and nothing seems to make sense anymore. It is a very difficult period and could be very unnerving. You feel lost in the wilderness so huge and wild that you cannot see even a ray of light. It is the time when your trust in your higher self and divine is put to test. Page 49. It is called Dark Nights of Soul by the spiritual teachers, and we have all experienced few of these on the journey of self-discovery and reconnecting to our higher selves. Always remember that universal life force is pure love essence. The kind grace operates through every part of existence. no one is out of this grace at any moment. The center of our lives is the loving kindness for all, and the beauty is that we do not have to believe in it. It operates free of our beliefs and judgment. You have to learn to surrender to it. It is the phase of transition, just a natural part of unfolding drama of universe. Try not to do anything in the time of transition. You cannot push it. It is not in the form yet, so you cannot experience it. The new energy is gathering momentum from moment to moment, and slowly it will remove all the unnecessary baggage from your life. It is because it is not serving any useful purpose and it is cluttering your energy fields. Until this clutter is removed, no new form can take shape. It is like when a building is being demolished, you cannot really build anything until all the old rubble is cleared away. And that takes time. So you need to let it happen in its own time. Your higher self and the universe knows what is best for you. There is a right time for everything, and this is beyond understanding of our intellect. And especially these days, when our society is geared up for quick fix attitude, we want everything to happen in our time. Page 50. Our inner worlds work differently. These are not governed by the rules of our physical world. So be patient. Trust your higher self and the universe. The period of not knowing is the opportunity for finding the new. Not knowing could open many doorways into the landscape of higher knowing. Void is filled with many wonderful and new possibilities. It is womb of the new manifestation. It will bring you the future, which is more in tune with your new and higher vibrations. It will bring you the gifts that are much more appropriate for your highest good and good for all concerned. All the energies in the universe are moving towards higher and true belonging. Universe always works for our highest good, and it keeps sending us warning signals when we are blindly following our little ego self. By following your outdated beliefs and values, you might be getting drawn into a downward spiral of negative energy. This will create more hurt and pain in your future life. The journey is about healing into light and love, but instead, when you begin to enter into more darkness, then nature tries to draw your attention by diverting your focus by gentle means and whispers of loving kindness. But in the atmosphere, which is so polluted by the various loud sounds of personalities' desires and wanting life to be in certain way, that we ignore these gentle awakening calls. At the point when all this fails, the universe takes control out of divine grace, so you do not fall below the level of healing that you have already achieved. And that is why universe and your spirit intervene.
Page 51. It is during these times that you can suffer an illness or an accident or some emotional trauma which shocks you and stops you right there in your track. So, you cannot go any further without thinking seriously about what is happening in your life and what decision you are taking. You are in a way compelled by natural forces to think from your central core. What am I doing? What is this life about? Why I am here? What is the purpose of my life? And these questions start to awaken you to the greater mysteries and purpose of life. So think
any suffering as an opportunity to heal your life on deeper levels of your multidimensional reality. It will give you time to reflect and think what you really need for your highest good and ultimate healing, which will move you beyond the suffering and pain. You will learn to live your life with an open and healed heart. Surrender. Sickness or an accident might be teaching us about the attitude of surrender. When during sickness or an accident, we realize our vulnerability, we are forced to search deeper meaning beyond our superficial existence. When we feel stuck and we realize there is nothing we can do, it teaches us to surrender. It is at this stage the realization of fragility of life becomes so apparent that we can no longer deny that there is something much more to our lives than this superficial living. It makes us go deeper and search for the greater meaning and purpose of our lives. It is a wake-up call that is reminding us that we are far bigger than our values and beliefs. Many times, whatever you do during a sickness, it does not help, and then you have to go within and connect to your higher self. Sickness inspires us to go within and surrender rather than fight with illness. Page 52. We have learned that we should fight with life and the circumstances. But the higher viewpoint is that we have to learn to make friends with life and surrender. It really means let go of identification with it, because this attitude holds the sickness in place. More you try to focus your attention on illness, more it will get stuck in your energy fields. But if you let go and make room in your heart to explore it without identification, you will give it space in your soul vastness, where it can dissipate the negative particles of energy which are blocking your healing. In embrace of your soul self, you can heal yourself by bringing pure and higher frequencies of soul love and light to the part that is hurting. Going beyond doer mentality to just be. It means becoming a being of cosmos and participating fully into the great scheme of things. Sickness or an accident can be there to teach us the biggest lesson of all. That is, going beyond the role of a doer to become a being of light and love. In our lives, we have identified with the fact that we can control life and manipulate it according to our wishes and wants. We believe we control our universe and world. We identify with the doer in ourselves. When life is going our way, we forget that life can be so unpredictable and full of surprises. Some of these surprises could be very shocking and act as rude awakening. We forget in our dual state that we are so vulnerable to the forces of life, and life is very fragile and uncontrollable. In a blink of an eye, our entire world can fall apart. It happens so suddenly that it shakes all our values and beliefs to the very root of our being. Page 53. It is because we are working under the influences of illusions, and our ego on its mighty horse can make us believe anything. Sickness and or any kind of suffering shifts our attention to the landscape where it becomes necessary to have another look at our values, beliefs, and especially our identification with the doer state. In the horizon of sickness, there is a tremendous force, which, if recognized, can help us to open many new doors. Through these new openings, we can leap into the landscape of new insights. These insights, if taken on board, can help us in moving away from that doer state to the state of a true being. A true being of light and love is the one who is naturally unfolding in the great scheme of things as part of it. That is, being one with it. It means just experiencing life from moment to moment, without resistance and wanting it to be somewhat different than what it is. This state of consciousness translates as contentment and peace in our mind. It is a wonderful state of being where we become open to experience the wonder and awe that universe brings in our lives. We have to stop playing our roles with the identification of me and mine. Let go of all the masks and find your true face, which has been lost among all these pseudo faces. Page 54. Learn to meditate and rediscover your true face, which is your own divinity. Remember that your original face carries your true beauty, and it is beyond any identification with any masks that you have used over many lifetimes. It is a process, and it takes time. Have trust in yourself and the universe. As you learn to reconnect with your true belonging, you will be healed on many depths. You will be connected very deeply with inner peace and calm. You will learn to dwell in the heart of divine. You will feel so tranquil and at peace with yourself and universe that no sickness or suffering will be big enough to move you away from your calm center. Sickness as an opportunity to resolve unfinished issues. There are many issues which can be resolved by facing the challenges that are introduced in our lives through the medium of a sickness or an accident. Everything that happens in our lives is due to our agreement on conscious or subconscious level. There is a law of nature that we are given a free will to create any reality of life that we desire. It is the fact that we are not consciously aware of it, but at some level of our being, we have agreed to participate in the particular unfolding drama of our lives. Otherwise, it would not be present in our lives. Answer lies in the center of the situation, and the mystery can only be resolved by accepting the challenge. The law of grace operates throughout the universe. According to the law of grace, we are provided with whatever we need for our highest growth. Always remember that what we have is what we need for our highest good, and it is decided according to our state of consciousness at that moment in time. Page 55. It is also true that most of time we do not agree with this fact because it is not what we want. It is guided by the desires of our personality self, which is under the control of ego. So it is very important to learn to listen to our inner voice to cultivate our higher values. It will help you to realize that whatever you have in any given moment in your life reflects a specific inner state of your consciousness in that moment. If you change your state of consciousness, your outer reality will change as well. Living your life with awareness holds the magic that can make it possible to bring change in state of our consciousness. Meditation is the only process that can help you to achieve the expanded state of consciousness. We have chosen each reality of life as soul. It could be that you are a highly evolved soul and you may have chosen a bigger challenge to learn finer lessons of life through your sickness. It is a profound fact that life is a great teacher, and we are here on the pilgrimage of life's journey to learn many lessons. Remember, there is always one more step to take. There is always a higher degree of refinement and learning to be achieved. Each reality of life, however traumatic, has a positive center. It has a gift for you from universe. Each reality of our lives has in its center a divine message. All events of our lives are great messengers of our soul self and the universe. In same way, symptoms of any illness or accident have a message for us. It is trying to draw our attention to some part of ourselves that we have been ignoring or rejecting. Page 56. If you have a traumatic situation in life, it could be giving you a message of stress in your life. It could be warning you about something which is not in harmony with your inner dimensions. It is up to us to decipher that message. Sickness and suffering is a language of our suppressed issues. Sickness and suffering is a language of our suppressed issues. It is the painful cry of the unfinished issues of our lives. Without resolving these issues, we cannot be healed. Without embracing and bringing these into our soul light and love, we cannot enter into the next higher stage of consciousness. Remember that whatever the situation, natural law of grace ensures that we have inner resources and strength to resolve these issues. In our soul self and subconscious mind, we have an access to the universal wisdom and intelligence. As soul self, we only take up a challenge when we have the capability and resources to learn the necessary lesson. Most of the time, we are not consciously aware of this fact. If we are not able to resolve the issue, then it will not be present in our lives. Law of nature is that we get what we need for our highest good, and at our soul level, we are confident that we can deal with the situation. When our soul self feels confident that we will be okay, only then any difficult situation becomes a part of our life. So do not be put off with the challenges of any sickness or suffering of any kind. Be brave and accept the challenge and resolve the issues. That is the only way to heal. If you are finding it difficult, you will be given necessary help. No one is ever left alone to suffer. Help is always at hand. Even a stranger might help. You will get help to get you started and give you confidence to cope and resolve the situation. Page 57. If there is no one around to help us, something magical happens and somehow a wave of new energy begins to flow in our heart and mind, and we begin to feel much more relaxed and confident. In my own life, I have experienced this magic many times. Sometimes when I am going through a very traumatic experience and feel very helpless and despondent, all of a sudden a kind of miracle happens and I feel the surge of new confidence and peace in my heart and mind. This helps to reduce the intensity of pain and suffering. And not only that, it also makes the situation much more tolerable and workable. It is our soul self that gently reminds us as to how to deal with the situation and enter into the center of the issue. By entering into the center of issue with open heart and calm mind, we can resolve this issue much more easily. It is due to the fact that law of grace has weaved a support system in place, and we are all surrounded by it. The law of grace does not imply that we become passive. In fact, we can only receive grace when we commit ourselves and do our best to overcome the situation. Because when we are sincere about our healing, our state of consciousness expands and it raises our vibrations so we become open to receive the energy of grace. Balancing universal energy. Our planet Earth is a dynamic and an open energy system. Every single particle that exists is an important part of that energy dynamic process. There is a constant energy exchange between all that exists. Every particle of the universe is connected with each other. We are one with universe and universe is one with us. That is what spiritual initiates have expressed as presence of universe in single grain of sand. Page 58. The primordial energy principle is formless itself, and it is a neutral energy. But our universe is interplay of negative and positive vibrational frequencies of energy. So all manifested forms represent combination of both negative and positive polarities of energy. On our planet Earth, there is a constant shift in the energy balance. The negative energy has a greater gravitational pull because our planet is created by coarse particles of energy, and that is why the forces of negative energy are stronger than the positive. It is simply due to the great scheme of things. The energy of planet Earth has to be constantly balanced. All the various activities that are happening contribute towards the shift in the energy patterns. We are greatly responsible for maintaining this energy dynamics. We constantly add negative energy rays into our atmosphere with our negative thoughts, emotions, and actions. By doing so, we create disharmony and shift the energy factor towards the negative pole. This creates disharmony in our world. That is why there are ongoing wars in different parts of the world. The energy is fluid. It surfaces up where there is a weak point. That is an area of least resistance. When there is more dense and negative energy in our world, there are more diseases as well. Most of the suffering in our world is due to disturbed balance of the energy principle. It is largely due to our identification with our physical reality and following the values of illusion. We are not trying to live our lives to discover the deeper truth of our lives. we have forgotten that we have a higher purpose and meaning to our lives. We are not here only to gain material success. We are here on this planet Earth to realize our soul potential and heal our separateness on many levels of our existence. Page 59. There are many ways by which the dynamics of the energy system is maintained on our planet Earth. One of the factors is the nature itself. The main elements are water, air, fire, earth, and space. And all these play a very important role in balancing the energy on planet Earth. Plant kingdom is working constantly on various levels to sustain the right balance so that our planet Earth can stay alive. Trees not only help us to maintain our lives on planet Earth, but they maintain the balance of the energy as well. Dolphins and whales play a very major and important role in balancing the energy on our planet. Many dolphins and whales are from various star systems. They are here to help us and our planet Earth at this critical juncture of cosmic history. These have been sent on our planet Earth by Divine Almighty to anchor and hold the frequencies of light and love that are being showered on planet Earth. This is happening to prepare humanity and planet Earth to shift into the fifth dimensional golden age. Various planets and star systems help to keep that balance to sustain Mother Earth. Mystics have said that it is only due to the energy regulation by many planets in our galaxy that we exist on this planet Earth. If this balance is lost, our bodies will be destroyed. If the balance is lost, to a certain degree Mother Earth will not be able to sustain any life forms. We are playing a very important role in balancing the energy system of our planet Earth. Learn to meditate and think positive. Every time you think higher positive thoughts, you contribute towards the harmony of the functioning of the planet Earth. When you heal yourself on various levels, this energy vibrational frequencies become available to all those who are suffering. So while healing yourself, you will be healing the origin of pain and suffering. Not only that, these vibrations of healing energy are transmitted to planet Earth, which helps to balance the open energy system on very subtle levels. It helps Mother Earth to heal and it clears the dense energy which creates a great deal of suffering. Page 60. One of the factors is that all the diseases and emotional pain that we suffer from contributes negative energies into common energy pool of our planet Earth. We are all receiving and transmitting energy into the common universal pool. So when someone is ill, on an unconscious level, we are all participating in that disease. It is because, although unaware of it, we are all receiving these vibrations and it affects us all on many levels. It affects our thoughts, actions, and emotions. So no one is really happy or sad in isolation. We are all part of the common universal body, emotions, and mind. We are all in it together, sharing all our experiences. So by learning to live a healed life from moment to moment, you will not only be able to free yourself from the unhealed energy, but you will also be able to assist all those who need healing. When you heal your own suffering, the healing energy thus generated becomes available to all those who are suffering for any reason. You do not have to know them or send healing consciously. Just by being true to yourself, you become a messenger of light and love. This can only be done when you learn to live your life with your higher soul senses. Even the great mystics and higher initiates suffer from diseases like cancer. It is said that there are various factors as to why these initiates, who live a healed life in its deepest core, suffer from any disease. Some of the great mystics and higher initiates take a serious or terminal illness in their own energy field for dissipating the negative lower vibrational frequencies of energy which has been created by that disease. Age 61. When any disease is becoming unbearable for the poor who are suffering from it, higher initiates take that disease on board to initiate healing to some extent, so that it can become workable for those who are suffering a great deal. These spiritual masters may take the diseases on board and work with the negative and coarse particles of disease that are creating disharmony and imbalance of the total energy system. They purify the coarse particle through their power of link with divine essence, and that keeps the great scheme of things in harmony and balance. They can take the state of consciousness of a disease in their body to balance the energy and also to change the course of disease so it becomes more approachable and workable for the ones who are suffering. They can also heal the suffering and pain caused by the disease. This is not a made-up story or wild imagination. I have been given these insights from the many beings of light and love and members of spiritual hierarchy. So, if you have a disease, you might be taking on board the particular consciousness as your soul self to contribute towards the healing of the universe and to keep the balance of our energy system in the central core. It could be healing you on many deeper levels. It could be healing your separateness from the universe, and it could be making you aware of the oneness of all that exists and how important you are in the great scheme of things. So do not identify with any state of pain and suffering. Know that as your soul self, you are a witness to the many varied states of experiences that life is bringing in your field. Page 62. When we identify with pain and suffering, it creates the receptors in our aura where these negative emotions can anchor themselves. This means, knowingly or unknowingly, we provide these negative energy particles of low frequencies a space within our own energy fields. These uninvited and unwanted guests eventually become permanent residents in our home landscape. Gradually, we become so familiar with them that we begin to take these as our true identity. It is only due to our sleepy consciousness that these intruders roam and rule freely and keep on torturing and tormenting us. In our numbness, we never even think that if we wake up, it is possible to get rid of these intruders. We have to understand that these negative intruders have taken hold due to our own ignorance, and somewhere and somehow we have given them permission to rob us of our true heritage. So it is important that we wake up from our deep sleep by connecting to our soul self and let go our identification with them. In fact, as we become aware of our true identity as soul, our vibration begin to rise and negative emotions and thoughts cannot attach to our energy fields. And as we become more intimate with our soul self, we would begin to live a healed life. And in this state of consciousness, no pain or suffering can ever take a stronghold in field of our experiences. Page 63, Chapter 4. What is unhealed that craves healing? Healing is a journey, an opportunity to become complete and whole again. To take that journey of healing, it is important to understand that who is ill, who is suffering, who is seeking healing, why we get hurt in the first place. The source of pain lies in the identification with your personality self. Buddha said, identification with self is the root of all suffering. What is that self that we think is our true identity? It is just an aggregate of few ideas, beliefs and values to which we become so attached that it claims our total reality. It does not represent our original essence. It is not who we are. It is a natural law of universe that whatever we have accumulated in this world of illusion cannot be taken away from this world. When we make the transition from the physical reality into the dimensions of pure light after death, everything that belongs to the elements will stay here and would be claimed back by the universe. Simply it means that whatever we have received from the physical dimension of the universe, we have to leave it here because we only have a lease for use. We don't really own anything. So, all that we have gained in this world is a gift of universe that has been given to us for attainment of awakening and self-realization. It is so that we can remember and reconnect to our original eternal essence. Page 64. The purpose is to bridge the gap between many personality selves and our soul self so we can become one with our original source. It is a process of claiming our own divinity, the state of consciousness where drop becomes the ocean itself. So the key to avoid all the pain and suffering is non-attachment and non-identifications. It means if we want to live a healed and happy life, we have to develop a state of freedom consciousness. True freedom means living our lives with unconditioned mind. Unconditioned mind operates with an attitude of choiceless awareness. It means freely flowing with life current without any preferences. Choiceless awareness is the state where whatever life brings is okay, and it is not labeled as good or bad, happy or sad. This is our identification and labeling of what is that creates the unhealed parts in our psyche. We have discovered many labels and compartments, such as I am this body, I am a man or a woman, I am a businessman. I am a doctor. I am a healer. I am sick. I am rich and famous. I am poor, and so on. All this reflects our identification with the values of this external world. Before you take on the journey of healing yourself, you need to explore what needs healing. What is unhealed on various levels of your multidimensional being that is waiting for your loving attention? What parts of your beings are drawing your attention through various events of your life? If you are suffering from any physical illness, you probably know what is that needs to be healed. But even then, I would like to say that you are only aware of a very superficial representing part which you think requires healing. Any illness is a metaphor of what lies very deep inside you, which is craving for your compassionate attention. Page 65. It means buried under this superficial representation, there are many depths of rejected and denied parts. These rejected parts are floating in the forgotten memory streams formed by an attitude of running away from the truth of your life experiences. We go through many experiences in our lives due to our belief system, but we suppress these parts because we do not want to face the truth of our own being. We live in the world of illusion, and there are many temptations which mislead us into the wilderness of the negative landscapes. In this wilderness, we get lost and behave with our personality values to cover up our negative tracks by refusing to live through these life events with heightened soul awareness. We kind of numb our higher senses and fall prey to tricks of our ego selves and do not participate fully in our life events. It happens because we do not live our lives as awakened beings of light and love. If we want to be healed, we need to be truly alive to our life experiences. It means to live life as it comes and embrace all events of our lives in our hearts and bring these in tune with our soul light and love. The challenges of our lives are the divine gifts. It is up to us whether we accept these precious gifts or we prefer to collect the gifts of the world of illusion. Remember, all the gifts of the lower worlds follow the laws of impermanence, and one day you will lose these. We are too much focused in our physical reality and the pleasures of materialism. We are vast beings of light and love. The physical body is only a small part of our total multidimensional reality. Physical body is very sacred and is a home to our greater selves. The purpose of having this physical body is to gain the experiences on the planet Earth and learn our lessons. Remember that all lessons are the lessons of unconditional love. These lessons are necessary to become wholesome again. Page 66. You are a traveler on this dimension, and this planet is not your true home. You are a part of the bigger reality, that is the pure love consciousness principle. It is a pure energy force which creates all that exists in the universe. Our journey into these lower dimensions is a journey of separateness from our original source. We need to learn to heal this separateness on various levels. That is the greatest healing we will have to embrace. That means becoming one with the source again. There are only few pointers mentioned in this book as to what is the unhealed that needs to be healed. I hope it will inspire you to connect with your unhealed parts so you can heal these to integrate them and claim your wholeness. Denying and living life as it comes is an unhealed life. Most of the times, we only live in the past or planning the future, but we are absentees from the life where it is truly happening. It means denying to explore the mysteries of life as it is unfolding in the great scheme of things. This creates many parts within your inner dimensions which are unhealed. Unhealed life is all the opportunities of life that we let pass without taking any notice. All the opportunities of life are there to give you a chance to bridge that gap which exists between you and your higher self. You are so distant that you are like a stranger to your own higher identity. This strangeness creates very deep-seated pain on many levels of your being. This hurting part of you is crying all the time in the background of your presence, but you suppress it whenever it tries to surface up. Page 67. The inner landscape of your soul self is illumined with the harmony and tranquility which is inherent in you. Thus, living in harmony and contributing harmony in the universe is your true nature. But by refusing to live your life as your true self, you are following the pathways of darkness of illusion. We are wasting our precious time by paying too much attention to the littleness of life. If you wake up to your ancient belonging, you will understand your higher purpose, and this attitude will help you to heal your life. It is because when you tune in with your soul energy, you will act as your higher self, and guided by this pure and compassionate energy, you will participate in creating harmony in the universe. Your actions under the guidance of your personality are negative, and these generate disharmony in your life. This also perpetuates disharmony in the universe. Every time you live your life by creating disharmony in the universe, you are creating an unhealed part within your inner spectrum as well. This creates a cycle of events by which you will magnetize the events in your life, which will create even much more disharmony in your life. Not only that, this part of you will keep attracting new negative events in your life until you embrace it with love and acceptance. Your life will stay unhealed and incomplete until you evolve the vibrations of this part to the higher and pure frequency of your higher self. Many levels of our being. All universe is pure divine primordial energy, and we are also a dynamic energy system which is constantly changing and redefining itself according to our state of consciousness. As there are many facets to diamond, we as soul have many energy vibratory frequency layers as our multidimensional reality. Beside our physical body, we have many subtle and finer bodies to experience life on planet Earth. Page 68. In our vast original essence, we are simultaneously experiencing light on many other dimensions of the universe, which exists on finer frequencies of light. On these higher realms, we experience life through our finer light bodies. All our energy fields are usually experienced as light, and that is why these are also known as light bodies. These light bodies enable us to experience life from different perspectives. This system supports and helps us to learn the necessary lessons of our lives for the purpose of our spiritual evolution. This whole process helps us in becoming complete and whole again by healing on various levels of our separation from our original source. All these various bodies constitute one total unit of our true being. These various bodies are interconnected with each other and with our soul self. Our soul self is the director of all these light energy fields. All these energy bodies receive the flow of pranic, meaning life energy, from the soul body. Without the soul's energy, all these bodies will dissolve back into their own dimensions. For example, physical body will dissolve into the elements of the physical world as it is constituted by these elements. As soul withdraws its energy, we die to our physical reality and the elements are returned back to the elements, and soul continues its journey into the higher dimensions. Soul is the pure, eternal essence, and it is already healed. Soul is our own divinity and is our true and original reality. Page 69. What needs healing is all the other bodies where we have created many negative parts. These unhealed parts are stored in all the energy fields, including physical body. When physical body dies, these memories are carried into all our light bodies. All these unhealed parts need to be healed so that we can become wholesome beings of light and love. Physical body. Physical body is the one which we are most aware of. It is because it is made of coarse particles and our physical sense can see and feel it, so we think it is our only reality. But we are multidimensional beings and physical reality is only a small part of our total reality. Physical body receives pranic energy, that is the life forces, through our soul self. This pranic energy is reverberating through whole body and it governs various functions of our physical body. There are energy wheels in our body, which are the directors and governors of all our systems. There are many chakras present in our body, of which 7 are the major chakras. It is beyond the scope of this book to deal with many details about chakras. If you are interested, you can get some books to become familiar with the functioning of these chakras. It will also help you to heal. Main chakras are base, sacral, solar, heart, throat, third eye, and crown chakra. These chakras govern the functioning of our body through various endocrine glands. Any blockages in the flow of energy of chakras are reflected as sickness in our various systems. All chakras are interconnected together and dysfunction of one can create disharmony and dysfunction of other chakras as well. Our physical body is connected through these chakras and quantum body with all other light bodies. There is constant exchange of information between the various bodies. Any change in our emotions is expressed straight away in the physiology of our body. Even a single thought can affect functioning of our physical body. Page 70. When you have higher positive thoughts, the flow of pranic energy is increased and it is reflected as happiness. Negative emotions make the flow of pranic energy sluggish and it is experienced as anxiety and nervousness. Due to blockage of pranic flow through various chakras, many diseases are created in our body. Remember, all thoughts are reflected in our body. Our physical body in sun base is crystallized and solidified karma, sanskars, meaning tendencies, emotions and thoughts. If we are very positive and optimistic, it creates happy states of consciousness that is reflected as well-being in our physical body. On the other hand, all negative thoughts and emotions create unhealed parts. When you connect to your soul light and love, the vibrations of your body are raised and it dissolves deposits of negative energy frequencies and thus creates a healthy body with positive emotions. Also, our link with divine essence increases the pranic flow in all our bodies, and this helps us to heal on various levels of our being. The energy of our soul self is of pure and of high frequency, and it repairs our body and adds sense of higher vitality to add to our positive health and well-being. Although we live our lives guided by our beliefs and values, but we are not any of these beliefs or values. We are only using these as tools to experience life. All the problems arise in our lives due to total identification with the physical self. This physical self is also known by many names such as ego self, personality self, lower self, illusion self, false self, and many more. Page 71. We are souls and we are multidimensional beings and as such experience life on many levels of our true being. It is the disconnection with our true reality which makes us follow the littleness of the illusion. It makes us follow the rules laid down by the society. We have learned to follow the lower negative attitudes instead of the higher soul virtues. Our higher self is the divinity within our own inner being. It is the life force which augments the life. The higher self is our true wholeness. That is why mystics called the process of self-realization and God-realization as becoming wholesome again. In our day-to-day life, while playing various roles, we become divided in many parts. All these parts, although affect each other, but have also taken a life of their own, and each one of them behaves as if it is in charge of our total reality. It is due to the learned beliefs that we separate ourselves from our own inner being. Each part has become a fully grown and controlling part in itself. As we have learned, that we should behave in a certain way if we want to live a happy life, which often only means being accepted by others, so we suppress our other parts. At this stage, it is essential to understand what is our higher self and what is our ego self that creates the unhealed parts. Our higher self is our eternal self. Our immortal self lives forever and ever, so we really never die. When we die, what dies is our physical body. Our higher self never feels hurt. It never feels distorted or confused. Whenever you feel confused and overwhelmed with any aspect of life, know that it is your physical personality, the ego self, which is causing the disharmony. The higher self is the healed part of us, and no one can ever hurt us in our greater self. It is our ego which gets hurt, not our higher self. The ego is always trying to defend and protect itself. Page 72. It is because it knows its temporary and elusive nature. It will make you fight with others. It will make you believe that you are no good and you are limited. But remember that as your higher self, you can do anything you want to do. And any failure is only due to self-imposed limitations of your ego self. We have tremendous power to achieve whatever we wish, but we have forgotten our true identity, and we have bought into the game of illusion. Making the connection with our true self and seeing the ego self in the light of truth. Ego is a part which we have adopted as our identity. It is so that we can protect ourselves. But in fact, it is only creating blocks. It is stopping us to make a link with our higher self. The true higher personal growth is reflected by how much link you have established with your higher self. It translates in how much you are aware about the game ego is playing in your life. The development of ego comes from the game of separation. The first primordial separation as a game of illusion was created when we agreed as part of divine play to come to the world of illusion. A veil of forgetfulness was drawn to make the game appear as real as possible. As soul, we have really never forgotten this fact, but our own created ego self has forgotten it. And this forgetfulness creates inner conflict because higher self is trying to remind us to wake up to the game, and this forgetfulness creates inner conflict because higher self is trying to remind us to wake up to the game and the part of us which has been created by adopting the values of illusion. The ego is saying there is nothing more to life than what you see with your physical senses. This creates confusion and disharmony. Page 73. This process creates many personality cells which are acting under the guidance of our ego, the so-called protector. Whenever you feel depressed, ill, and angry, etc., and identify with it, know that you are identifying with an illusory part of you, and you are participating in the game of illusion. You are not living your life as your higher self. It means you are not yet awakened to your higher and healed reality. This separation from our primordial source is reflected in each and every lifetime as separation from our parents and carers at many times and many levels. As infant, as children, when we are totally dependent on our mother, whenever we did not get attention due to whatever reason, we just presumed that we are no good and we have been abandoned. And we think we have done something wrong and so we have been deserted. We become afraid and gradually develop a fearful mentality. This fearful mentality takes over and governs our whole life. That is where the game of seeking approval started. Whatever we are doing in our lives, we are always seeking approval of someone in authority to say, it is okay and we are doing fine. And this makes us feel relaxed, safe and secure. But when we do not get the approval, we go to pieces and think we are not worth it. We are not accepted, so we feel rejection. And as such, we begin to believe firmly that the separation is a reality of our lives and it is due to our own fault. But in fact, it is the result of our own interpretation of the natural occurrences of life. Pain and suffering is always due to a distorted vision of our senses that creates a dark cloud so that we cannot see beyond it. Due to the dense fog created by misinterpretation of our experiences, that we have forgotten the true majesty and vastness that is inherent in our own soul center. All we have to do is go beyond the threshold of ego, meaning our illusory self, to recognize the limitedness that it has made us believe. Page 74. Negative attitudes or feelings of ego are as follows: anger, fear, annoyance, anxiety, betrayed, blaming, confused, controlling behavior, defensive, denial, despair, distort, disheartened, disharmony, fear, hurt, hopelessness, incompetent, lonely, powerless, rage, rude, resentful, shame, unworthy, worthless, unloving or unlovable, vengeance, regret, and so on. Ego makes us believe that we need something from the material world to be happy. And not only that, ego makes you believe that, for example, you need money, things, people, position and fame to be happy. Ego makes you believe that you have no control on your happiness. You need others to make you feel happy. You need approval of others to be happy. That brings a strategy of blame. You blame others and outside factors for your unhappiness. You are responsible for feelings of people in your life. You should make others happy. You should not upset people. You should not let others down. It is wrong. And when that happens, you are to blame, and so you feel guilty. You are not capable of facing life problems and situations. You are weak and fragile. You are afraid of showing your emotions, and you say, I am putting up this face for mom, dad, husband or children because I should pretend to be strong even though it is breaking me inside. I should not let others see my weakness. This denied and suppressed suppressed part creates havoc in your psyche. It needs nurturing and healing. It will bring the issues to surface in different disguises until you face it and resolve it fully. Page 75. I can control others, and by controlling them, I can make others do what I want them to do. This is the control group. To feel safe, they intimidate others and become domineering and abusive. This control can operate on many levels and can be physical, emotional, and/or mental. Some people start to suppress the free expression of others. They think it is only their issues which are valid and worth, and everyone else should follow their ideas because that is the only best way. I should never love myself. Others come first. That is the martyr spirit. It warrants that you sacrifice your life for others. It makes you believe that to look after yourself is selfish and you come last. This makes you feel that you are unworthy and undeserving. To many of us, love means to be accepted and approved by others. And so, they spend many lifetimes pleasing others, making others feel more important than themselves. Take a note that you are giving the message to the universe that you are not important. And so, surprise, surprise. What happens? No one cares about you. And then you start to resent. You say, I do so much for others and no one does anything for me. You forgot. You have given them the message in the first place that you are not important. Page 76. Due to this attitude, you go through life by spending your precious time and valuable energy for these selfish people because it makes you feel good in some way. You expect things to go wrong and it happens to fulfill your expectations. It is because you think you do not deserve best and universe mirrors your expectation. You magnetize many traumatic experiences because you hold these negative images in your mind. Then you say, you knew it all along and now you have a proof that you are right. The law of universe is that we get in our lives what we expect from it. Universe fulfills our desires and it brings us what we expect from life. You are playing games with your own life and blaming others. No sooner someone neglects you or does not need your sacrifice and services, you magnetize someone else in your life only to repeat the same trauma. But meanwhile, the resentment inside you is growing and causing confusion, and you become ill physically, mentally, and/or emotionally. Quantum or lunar body, all changes that happen in our physical body first happen in our quantum body, and so it is important to get some idea as to how our quantum body functions and regulates our physical body. Our quantum or lunar body is twin to our physical body. In comparison to our physical body, it is made of very higher frequency of light. Our physical body is reflection of sound and light energy patterns of our quantum body. It is our subtle and finer body. Whatever happens in our physical body happens in this light body first. It means all the conditions of our physical body generate first in the quantum body in energy form And then, when it reaches the critical mass and timing is right, it manifests itself in the physical body. Page 77. Our soul light body gives energy to the quantum body and it directs all its functions. Our values and beliefs affect our thoughts. Thoughts are small units of energy waves and particles. These energy particles enter into the quantum body. It is where it influences the patterns and shapes of light and sound in the quantum body. It gives it the energy electrical charges to manifest those values in our physical body. It is this quantum body vibrational energy that goes to the universal cosmic pool and attracts the life events in accordance with our thoughts. Our thoughts are directed by our values and beliefs about ourselves and about life in general. For various roles we play, we have a different sound and light patterns. These patterns and shapes also depend on the images we carry about ourselves in various other energy fields. It stores all the information to define these roles to the finest details. It is very intricate and a sophisticated system. We cannot hide anything from the functioning of this system. It perfectly reflects your own images, how you value yourself. What are your limitations? What are your expectations in many roles you are playing in your life? What are the energy patterns you expect and need from your various relationships? What are your weaknesses? What are your fears? Which are the roles where you are most vulnerable and where you are very strong and powerful? And how all these factors influence your life at large? What makes you feel happy and what makes you feel unhappy? Page 78. It simply means that all very detailed information about us in innumerable energy patterns is stored in all our bodies. And these light and sound patterns give energy and information to manifest these realities in your life events. All bodies are interconnected to each other to the most minute and finest details. All the information is being exchanged on the various levels. According to all the information, changes occur from moment to moment in our quantum body, and it changes the images we hold about ourselves. And all our emotions, thoughts and expectations are worked out on a very higher and integrated way to bring the final outcome of any situation. This new state of consciousness is manifested in our life in a very meaningful way so we can learn our necessary lessons. Our quantum body guides and regulates various systems of our physical body. It governs all our body functions according to our state of consciousness, which is transmitted by our various energy fields. All our systems, for example, nervous system, cardiovascular, respiratory, digestive, renal, and all other systems are influenced by the changes in our quantum body. Any illness that makes way in your physical body happens in the form of sound and light energy patterns in the quantum body, and on the same token, healing also happens in this body first. At times, There is a time lapse between the two, and it is due to the fact that to establish the changes in our physical life, it needs lot more energy to be able to translate it into the appropriate form. It is also due to the fact that your soul self decides as to when is the right time to manifest it in the physical body to get the maximum impact. Many times we do get warning as we start to have the feeling of unease that something is going to happen. Page 79. Sometimes long before we really get sick, we start to feel tired and find it difficult to cope with the stress. It is a signal that the mechanism which keeps the body healthy is breaking down. But we keep pushing ourselves, thinking we can cope. Or at times we think we are strong enough and I am not giving in and I am sure I can manage. By learning to sense your energy, you can become aware of these situations beforehand and take precautions to avoid it. With meditation, you can open your third eye, and this opens your higher vision. By doing so, you can learn to understand your energy field better, and you can avoid the situations that can cause any physical and emotional trauma and sickness. It is a learning process, and everyone can do it. With practice, you can see your own lunar body. If you can already see your aura, you can learn to see and sense your quantum energy body as well. Lunar body is very luminous, and the various light patterns and colors are of very higher and finer frequencies. It is very vibrant, and the colors are very transparent. These are transcendent colors. Light is very transparent as well and is very free-flowing. It feels like a fountain of liquid light. It is in a constant motion. These light energy particles are spinning at variable rate. This rate varies according to the state of our consciousness. This light is very alive and vibrant. It is a wonderful and amazing experience to be able to see a light body which is highly evolved. When you are having positive and higher thoughts, this body becomes very luminous and vibrant. The colors become very vibrant and pulsating. The rhythm becomes harmonious and awesome. On the other hand, when your thoughts are negative and unkind, it becomes dull and its frequency decreases. It loses its vibrancy. It becomes clouded and dense. And it will manifest negative states in your body, like sickness or traumatic experiences. So, to live a fit and healthy life, you need to learn to nurture positive and higher emotions and thoughts. Page 80. Emotional light body. This is commonly known as astral body. It is due to its appearance because it looks like as if it is made of stars. Its color varies from pink to gold. Our emotional body is very luminous and is vibrating on a very higher frequency in comparison to our quantum and physical body. The light particles of emotional energy field are very fine and radiant. It gives the appearance of twinkling stars. Like any other energy field, our astral body has its own rainbow of colors. It has many depths and spectrums to its expression, and these vary according to the state of our consciousness. Our emotional body is interconnected with all other bodies. There is a constant exchange of energy frequencies between all light bodies, including our physical body. It derives its energy and guidance from the soul body. Its functioning is influenced by the regular information it receives from all the other bodies. Our old memories also play a very important part as to how our emotional responses will be manifested. Our thoughts also make an impact on our emotional body. Our emotional body designs and designates all our emotional responses which we have to various life events. On the physical plane, our emotional body plays a very important role in the outcome of any incarnation. All our emotions like anger, hate, love, jealousy, and envy are regulated and guided by our emotional energy field. Page 81. Even our thoughts are affected by the emotion that we have in relation to our many life experiences. It is due to our negative emotions and thoughts that we develop a feeling of low self-worth and low self-esteem. Our emotional light body influences all our various emotional feelings of false pride, vanity, and inferiority complex, etc. The emotional body is constantly changing according to our beliefs and values. Even a single negative emotion and thought can influence its colors and vibrancy. When we have positive and higher emotion and thoughts, astral body becomes very radiant and luminous, and this creates a higher state of consciousness. Our higher state of consciousness initiates healing on very deeper levels. This radiance sends messages to the other light bodies that we are moving into the higher realms of experiences. This radiance is also reflected in the other light bodies as well. All this information is transmitted to the quantum body and message goes out to the universal life force to bring the higher and positive events in our lives. So we attract positive and healing experiences in our lives. So when you are being kind to others, in fact you are being kind to yourself, because you will be magnetizing experiences of kindness in your life. If you are being angry and inconsiderate to others, you will draw same kind of experiences in your life. When you have negative feelings for others like criticizing, judging, or being jealous of others, it is registered in your emotional body, and vibrations of the emotional body are lowered straight away. The spinning of the light particles of emotional body is also influenced and becomes erratic. Due to these changes, emotional body becomes dull and dense. It becomes surrounded by the misty clouds. Page 82. These changes cause reduction in the flow of pranic energy and dark patches are created. These are the parts from where the light is withdrawn. In fact, no light is being reflected for the working of the physical body, and it creates sickness or suffering of some form or the other. If you continue to have negative emotions, these dark patches increase in size, and this reduces the radiance and frequency of the emotional energy fields to great extent. It is like a downward spiral of negative vibrations energy. You become distant from your true self and the grip of illusion becomes stronger than ever. These negative emotions are being constantly stored in your emotional body, And eventually, these create black holes in the starry spacious field of your emotional body. These black holes transmit no light, so your true purpose and meaning of life becomes blurred and buried into these black holes. This is a severe impact caused by living your life with negative emotions. There is no one outside to punish us. We punish ourselves by refusing to listen to our higher self. And as we create more of these black holes by refusing to participate in our life with higher vision, life becomes much more painful. You start to experience more painful events in your life. You draw more anger, hatred, and jealousy in your own life experiences. The law of nature is, what you put in the nature, it comes back to you. It also means that what you do to others, in fact you do to yourself. With all these personal black holes, you become a magnet to the black holes of others with similar negative experiences. It is a vicious cycle. It is never-ending, and you become much more alive in itself with the energy you have been providing it. All these factors create many unhealed parts, and you become target and victim of your own negative feelings. This makes your pain and suffering unapproachable and unworkable. Life becomes a burden and you suffer with much hurt and pain. Page 83. And good news is that you are in control, and in any moment you can decide to follow your higher self, and as soon as you do that, you start to heal your various unhealed parts. All the negative energy you have stored in your emotional body needs to be healed along with other bodies. We can do that by learning to relax by various breathing exercises. Breathing is nature's way of healing us. Every time we breathe, we draw more healing. But the key is to learn to relax with each breath. With regular breathing exercises, you can learn to harmonize your breathing pattern. When you are relaxed, you can investigate these unhealed negative energies, meaning low-frequency vibrations. You will be able to hear the inherent message within your unhealed part. When we gently enter into our hurting part, it helps to dissipate the negative energy, and it will initiate the healing on various levels. The process of meditation is very effective in the journey of healing. So trust yourself and the universe, and gradually you will be able to learn to heal yourself and get out of the trap of these negative emotions. It is the only way to heal the separation between unhealed and the eternal you. It is the process of healing the immense distances between your higher self and the personality self. Mental life body. Our mental body is much more vibrant and finer in comparison with lunar and emotional body. The light particles and the sound waves, which constitute the mental body, are much finer and of higher frequency. Page 84. It has many spectrums of light colors in its rainbow. In its higher spectrum, it is seen a very luminous blue light. It appears like an ocean of blue light. This light is very fluid and transparent. Our mental light body is interconnected with all the other light bodies as well as our physical body. Survival of our physical self depends much on the proper functioning of the mental body. It is represented by left side brain in our physical body. This energy field also plays a very significant role in human evolution. The corresponding dimension to mental body is mental plane. All the scientific knowledge is transmitted from this plane through our mental body. New rays of light energy are radiating from this plane to our planet Earth, and that is why scientific development has taken a quantum leap. All our light bodies are evolving into the higher and finer frequencies, including our mental body. This higher evolution of mental body is responsible for many dramatic changes in our lives. It is the mental light body by which we make sense of our outside world. It helps us to understand how things are. It helps us to understand the complexities of our life and universe. As mental body has evolved, our way of experiencing life on all levels has also changed in a very profound way. We are experiencing highly complex events in our lives. Our mental body helps us to make sense as to how our human nature works in its different interactions with its environment. Through our mind, we can make some sense of various events of our lives. It helps us to make necessary choices for our day-to-day survival. On positive level, it is helping us to evolve beyond our wildest imagination in many aspects of our lives. Yet on the negative level, too much intellectual approach is limiting our life experiences. Page 85. Rationalization blocks our intuitive power. It blocks our higher growth by denying the existence of things which cannot be explained by our intellect. Our left brain is also known as conscious mind. It is very limited in its capacity in comparison with our subconscious mind. We have to learn to integrate and incorporate all the light bodies along with our physical body, working as one unit under the guidance of our soul self. It is the only way to achieve balance and harmony in all aspects of our lives. For true and deeper healing, we need to align all our bodies with each other and with our soul self so that these can work in harmony and coordination with each other. That is the only way to heal the pain, suffering, and sickness which are caused by the non-alignment of these bodies. When all these bodies vibrate in disharmony, it creates discord and imbalance, and this in turn creates sickness and suffering. We have to learn to meditate and bring the vibrations of our mental body in tune with our soul's level frequency. It is so that the separateness between the soul self and our lower mind can be healed. This healing can only be achieved by evolving mental body to its highest spectrum so we can tune in with our soul vibratory frequency. By doing so, we can heal the pain caused by the separateness of the mind due to its limitedness. It is by synchronizing our mental body with our soul light and love that we can reach next level of deeper and finer healing. We have to remember that our mind is just one unit of the universal mind of the universal body. Whatever we think is transmitted to this universal mind and becomes available to the whole universe. Also, our thoughts are affected by the universal mind. 86. There are so many disharmonies on all levels in our world, and all these are being recorded in our universal mind. And this also influences as collective effect of negativity on individual mind level. This phenomena has a great impact on the alignment of our energy fields. Every time we are struggling in our minds about something or with someone, we are sending negative vibrations into the universal mind. So, by our negative thoughts, we are contributing towards the negative situations in our world. It makes it clear that war is not between those who are apparently fighting somewhere else. It starts in our minds. It starts in our own household and workplaces and communities, which are being mirrored somewhere else. And because we are not consciously aware of this fact, we think it is so terrible. It is so very important that we learn to become consciously aware of the role that we are playing on invisible levels. It is only then we would be able to do something positive to create peace in our world, both on individual and collective levels. We have to evolve our thoughts and heal our daily conflicts within our own psyche, so the world we live in can reflect the peace that we create within our own inner center. So think positive and higher thoughts if you want to help in creating peace and harmony in world. Learn to meditate, send peace and loving kindness to all, and heal the pain and suffering of whole world. It not only heals your pain, but it also heals the pain of all who are suffering the consequences of wars on many visible and invisible levels. All this is happening because of undue identification with the materialistic values and beliefs. Page 87. When you evolve on the higher levels of your being, you can bring healing and light to the whole world. And just by living your life with your soul senses, you can initiate peace and harmony for all. When you make that change, the healing thus generated is transmitted to the universal body and mind, and you will be helping all those who are in pain. By law of universe, when you send peace, love, and healing to the world, it comes back to you, because energy returns to its source to complete the cycle. When these higher vibrations return as your life experiences, it has for greater power and influence because it is multiplied many times over due to grace of the universe. This will translate as much more healing and peace in your life. Etheric body or energy field. Our etheric energy field is represented as right brain in our physical body. It is also known as subconscious or unconscious mind. This is very highly evolved light body. It is bridging zone between our ego self and the soul self. The corresponding dimension is linking zone between the lower realms of illusion with the pure higher spiritual realms of light. This light body is very advanced and pure. Its frequency is very high and subtle. The light particles of this body are finer in comparison to our physical, lunar, emotional and mental body. It is very vibrant and luminous. It is filled with unconditional love and grace. This light body is very extensive and vast. It is directly connected with the universal intelligence. It has in its store all the knowledge and wisdom of all your life experiences, including all your past lives. Through this body, you are connected with the divine wisdom. It is our linking zone with the divine love.
Page 88. When you learn to link with your etheric light body, you will be healed into many depths and realms of your being. It can help you to let go of your personality beliefs and reliance on the values of illusion. It means once you learn to operate in harmony with the vibrations of this body, you will be able to go beyond your negative emotions and mindsets. This link will help you to let go of your negative attitude of anger, jealousy, and attachment. You will be able to experience this life with true participation in the unfolding drama of your life. You will be able to understand that pain and suffering is not you. It is just the way lower worlds of illusion work. It is just the way of great scheme of things which is played by embracing the laws of causes and effect. Our physical world is a school, and the tools are the negative emotions by which teaching is implemented. By gaining this wisdom, you will be able to go beyond your identification with suffering and pain. You will be able to make a shift from the attitude of my pain and suffering to the fact that you are not your pain. You are experiencing it to learn something about yourself and about the universe you live in. This is a very big factor in initiating true healing. This is a profound way of healing, and it will help you let go of identification on many levels of your multidimensional reality. This will help you to heal into your deeper spectrums. The energy of this light body is very dynamic, and connection with it can transport you into the higher dimensions of universe. It is in this landscape of higher vibrations where you will become much more aware of your eternal self. You will have an inner knowing that no one can hurt or injure you anymore. Page 89. In other words, you will be able to accept your reality as an eternal being that is beyond pain, suffering, and death. It is a self-realization of the immortal self. It is the discovery of divine within your inner being as part of your own reality. This will heal you deeper still. Negative emotions will not be able to trigger any pain and suffering in you when you learn to integrate this greater fact of your own inner being. All this is a process of gradual awakening. When you become aligned with your etheric light body, you will be able to connect to all the higher universal intelligence and wisdom, and you, as you begin to integrate these insights into your day-to-day life, you will be healed on many levels of your being. This is enhanced by receiving the higher insights, which happens due to the link with this light. It is our intuitive body. It is a higher frequency zone of light and love. This transmits messages from our soul self. Intuition is a voice of our higher self. It is a message from our subconscious mind which operates at very higher frequency. These insights will help us when we feel lost and abandoned. We are all intuitive to a certain extent, and with practice, anyone can increase this power. When you do not know what to do anymore, if you learn to follow your intuition,
It will enable you to get out of your dilemmas. Intuition is one of our higher sense which gives us information that is beyond our physical sense. Our intellect and rational mind, even at their best, are very limited. Intuition can come as a feeling or strong urge and or desire to make us aware of something important which is outside the awareness of the conscious mind. It is essential to learn to listen to our inner voice and follow our intuitions if we want to heal and progress on path of self-discovery and self-realization. Page 90. Within our subconsciousness mind, we have access to all the necessary wisdom and intelligence to do anything we really want to do. Within our subconscious mind, we have all the resources to fulfill our heart's desire. Remember that our ego's desires are usually not compatible with our higher purpose. But our heart's desires are usually our indication of our true purpose. Following heart's desire enhances true healing. It is only through this deeper and true healing that you can heal your separateness from your higher self. It is also the healing that will unite you with your own divinity. It will heal the separation from the source, and so it will fulfill the highest longing, that is, to belong to your original source. Third eye meditation that helps you to open your higher vision will also link you with your subconscious mind. Third eye increases your vibrations and can increase your connection with your soul self, and it will help you in understanding your insights. It increases the power to receive the messages filtering as intuition. So, learn to practice third eye meditation to promote healing and to live a life of abundance and riches. Soul light body. Our soul self is very pure and vibrant. It is the divine essence within our inner being. It has a very transparent golden yellow color. It is dancing in a very rhythmic and highest harmonic fashion, which is in perfect tune with the divine light. It is very vibrant and is pulsating with unconditional love. The color of soul light body is transcendent color, so it cannot be explained or compared with colors of our physical world. Page 91. Soul body is most advanced than all other bodies which are incorporated by it to gain various experiences in the dimensions of the lower worlds. It is purest of all the other light energy fields. It is the divine life principle that makes us alive in these lower worlds. Soul self is the director of all other energy fields. It is filled with unconditional love and is non-judgmental. It embraces us with loving kindness and guides us to go higher in all our thoughts and actions. Soul self is our healed self. It is by bringing all our negative emotions and thoughts into our soul light and love that we can heal all the parts of our being which are unhealed. By doing that, we will be able to experience our true reality. By connecting to our soul self, higher vibrations are created in all other light bodies, which initiates healing on all aspects of our being. By connecting to our soul self, we can become aware of higher insights. These insights will enable us to live our lives with the perspective of our soul self. By doing so, much more profound healing will be initiated on all the levels of our fragmented being. It is because this link helps us to bring these unhealed parts into the soul light and love, which can heal us on many deeper levels of our being. By harmonizing with our soul self, an aura of protective energy is created around the field of our life experiences. This will protect us from the negative influences. This will bring harmony and balance in all aspects of our experiences. By entering into the landscape of our soul self, we will be purified of our negative energy blocks. It will spin off the coarse negative particles from our various energy fields. By doing so, it helps us to link with higher and positive thoughts. Page 92. Through this process of purification, we will be able to heal our separateness from various selves of our life experiences. Every moment of purification brings more healing into our unhealed lives. Every time particles of coarse and dense energy are removed from our aura, we can experience our true belonging with divine essence on a deeper level that we have never experienced before. Life becomes transformed and we get a step closer to our divinity. It is in this landscape that we discover the true and ultimate healing. It is where all unhealed parts find their true healing and resolution in soul light and love. At this stage, all that is left is the healed self, which is beyond hurt, pain, and injury. It is the pure divine horizon, where healer and healed become one, and there is no separation. It is the ultimate healing where the duality of the worlds of illusion disappears into the nothingness of the vast healed universe. Meditation for reconnecting to the unhealed. Sit down quietly somewhere where you could not be disturbed for about half an hour. Choose any posture according to convenience and circumstances. You can sit on a chair, floor, or on your bed. There is no definite position or posture necessary. You may even lie down if you prefer to do so. Close your eyes. Take 2 or 3 deep breaths, and with every breath, let your whole body relax completely from head to toe. Relax as deeply as possible. Page 93. Let go of all the tension with every out-breath. Leave all the cares and concerns in hands of your higher self. Put your gentle attention on your forehead in the area of third eye. Now imagine a beam of light entering into your body through your crown chakra. If you do not believe in chakras, just imagine light entering through top of your head. Imagine your body is relaxing much more deeply with light. Let the relaxation spread throughout your whole body. Now your whole body is completely relaxed. You are very deeply relaxed. Let go of any residual tension in any part of your body. Now, let this divine light spread throughout your whole body. Let it embrace every cell of your body. At this stage, you will feel many thoughts arising in your mind. Just be present with these thoughts as loving, kind observer and let them pass away into the spaciousness of your soul self. Do not judge. Do not cling. Just observe. You will become aware of various sensations in some part of your body. Just let your awareness be present where the sensations are arising. Just observe these sensations with loving kindness. Do not identify. Let it appear and disappear in its own accord. Do not try to modify or explain these sensations. Just be aware. Let every sensation dissolve in loving kindness of your soul self. Page 94. If there are any feelings arising, just let these enter into the loving heart. See them bathing in the unconditional love of your soul self. Take notice if you feel any resistance. Just stay with these feelings and let the harsh boundaries of resistance to dissolve into the spaciousness of your soul self. Let these disappear into the cosmic ocean where these can find their true resolution. Let the softness and tenderness of divine light entering through you embrace the hurting part, unconditional love. Let the unconditional love permeate into the hardened structure of these unhealed feelings and sensations. Let the unconditional love dissolve the painful boundaries into approachable landscape. Let the unresolved conflicts which are stored to open up into the loving kindness of that divine light. Let the deeper issues to surface up into the loving kindness of your soul love. Let it bath in the shower of unconditional love. Just listen gently, the soft whispers of the denied paths, and give yourself permission to be healed in the heart of unconditional love. Let all the negative emotions melt away into divine light and love. Now, when you are ready to give thanks to the parts which surfaced up and gave you opportunity to heal, give thanks to your higher self for the loving kindness and the guidance for healing you on various levels. Show your gratitude for the divine grace you have received for healing. Be grateful for the unconditional love of the universe. Page 95. Give thanks to everyone in your life by whose help you were able to find some time to sit in this special meditation. Now return to your physical awareness. Bring the experiences and insights of the meditation with you. Take your time, sit in silence, and enjoy the silence and your experience of expanded awareness. Stretch your body, yawn or cough. It helps you to ground. Resume your day-to-day activity only when you feel wide awake and alert. Do not rush yourself. If you had any insights, please write these down in your healing journal. For next few days, be aware of any insights or guidance that might come your way. Make sure to follow these insights because these will help you to heal on ongoing basis. Page 96. Repetitive. I am soul, and into the intimacy of my soul presence, rigidity of my opinions is dissolving away. I am realizing that all my opinions are the ties that bind me to the land of illusion. Now, with this awakening into the vastness of my soul self, a new dimension of fluidity and flexibility is emerging, which is transforming my rigidity into the openness of my heart. I have an inner knowing that in all the ways of life, divine is expressing and experiencing its own majesty. And I have an inner knowing that it is okay. And at the same time safe to let others experience their individuality. I am learning to let go fear of being different. I do not need anyone's approval to experience my unique destiny my way. All I need is to be in harmony with my inner guidance, and universe will take care of everything else. Relaxation and flexibility is the theme for today. See how your performance improves when you become flexible in your approach, and how interesting are all the opinions of others.
End of part 1.